How about now, punk ass nigga disrespecting this real shit? And if I gotta kill a man, so better watch their back before we blast.
Man, I just don't give a fuck about a nigga when I start the buck. So dim the lights, bitch. Let me demonstrate how a nigga.
Stinger! This is going to be the third time I've stood in front of you, brother. I got to have the help of the Stinger. And no!
Junkie Junt, riding in that junkie shit, ballin' in that junkie Junt, riding in that junkie shit, ballin' in that junkie Junt, riding in that junkie shit, ballin' in that junkie Junt, riding in that junkie shit, ballin' in that junkie Junt, riding in that junkie shit, ballin' in that junkie Junt.
You're the heir apparent. Let's go get him, Stinger. Yes. Yes. Shut up. Yes. Ask him, Stinger. The entire world knows you can't be trusted. The entire world knows the answer is no.
Fall apart. Radio gone, no air, no heat. Say one of me, wanna ride deep through the park.
If you wanna try, when I'm on the snout, I think I can fly. If you wanna try, when I'm on the snout, teardrops drops my eyes with the 9mm and so the clip I can paste it in my lap.
Sting, you are the only man in this sport that I hold in the same esteem as I hold myself in. I'm asking you to be my partner. You say you hold me, the Stinger, in the same esteem as yourself. I take that as a tremendous put down.
The road isn't close, I can only say this once, but it's just automatically you're not paying to risk.
I beg you, I need you, I want you. Is that what he said? Absolutely. He got down on his knees, didn't he, out of his hands and knees? I don't want to sound like a pretty mean kind of guy. But you know something, Nature Boy? For so long now, you've been the dirty player in wrestling. You're a dirty player in life, period. So no matter what you do, the bottom line is absolute. What? Yes or no? So yes, those people out there, they say, this gang, a little Stinger together, and I said, guys, would you like to see me and the Stingers tagged up side by side? Yeah. I want you for a partner, brother, and this is the last time I'm asking you. Reluctantly, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt this one time.
The devil used me to commit these evil crimes.
Blowing down, you know what I'm saying? BB for life, my nigga Blackout.
Play up, boss, and also deep. 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 Play up, boss, and also deep.
Half down in this hole, Chevy bound down with white boy slim. Let's go nigga fuck this thing, rolling with them lights so dim.
Hook that bottom up, pull yourself, the life line to Ric Flair. Pull yourself to that corner and make that tag. Here we go. He's up!
Hoes know they crazy, man.
gotta apologize, guys. This episode might sound a bit weird. I could only record this while I was on my shift at the barn, so you're gonna get a lot of background noise.
Shut up, damn cows!
I tell you what, them damn cows, I want to make them into a damn steak the way they're noising up. I tell you what.
It's not the moo match of the week yet. That can come later.
Oh, dearie me. Well, now that we've got our cows out of the way, they're out grazing on the grass as they do. It's time for talking about Halloween Havoc 1995, our second ever Halloween episode. And What did you see?
Scary.
Skeletons and ghosts and pumpkins, all of them are here, and they're all just as spooky as they were in 1991, if not more so, as we come here to 1995 in WCW. So we've already had the comparison of 1991 and 1988 of WCW, quite different promotions, and it's interesting to go a little earlier, where 1995, like as we're getting into here, is the beginning of Nitro. Basically, I think it's like I want to say like the 4th or 5th episode is the first one we watch here, and like it's definitely, like, to me, probably like the Hulk Hogan being there is the turning point, after which shit is not the same anymore. But it's still, I think the NWO is when it like really crystallizes. Here, like I think it's as if it's like white and red blood cells battling each other. Like the outcome is not determined yet; it's still in flux. The exact state of WCW. But what was your read of like how WCW was in '85 based off of this month?
Well, first of all, I'll cover that we put this to democracy on our Twitter page.
Yeah.
You chose this. Yeah, you had the choice between 92, 95, 97, and 2000.
Oh.
And I was moderately disappointed that this won, mainly because it was the one of those shows that I'd seen previously.
Right, yeah.
And another reason was it's quite a widely covered show, so there's a sense of, can we find something new to say about it? That is a worry that I think has gone now with, watching all the C shows. Gives you a very different perspective from even when I watched this like 2 years ago, doing a Nitro watch along, where I just watched the Nitros and pay-per-views. I was doing it along with the Fed and Raw and shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been reading about photography recently, right? And one thing I learned while I was reading about digital cameras was this whole thing about, you need to make sure you get the RAW file instead of a JPG. And I was reading like, but what? But the JPG is such a trusty file, and told me no, because you see, a photograph is like a cake, and a JPG that it shows you is a slice of the cake, but the RAW file is the whole cake. So when you take the JPG, you throw away like 75% of the cake. And that's what it's like when you don't watch WCW Pro and WCW Prime and WCW Saturday Night.
Yeah. When we cover WCW, we eat that whole cake. Give me that worldwide.
Yup. Damn straight. Because it's quite delicious, and so sometimes it informs your pay-per-view watching. Sometimes.
Yeah, I would say it built anticipation more than when I was doing that Nitro watch along.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
because there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't really get much coverage on Nitro.
Yeah,
and so when you watch the pay-per-view, it just feels like a thrown-together match. But actually, there was a story if you were paying attention to the Saturday night.
So here's the thing, especially with this time, because as we say, Nitro is a baby. It's a baby. It's barely born and stuff, right? So obviously it's live, and it's very soon going to become the main show, right? But as it is right now, it will be 45 minutes tops of actual content, right? And so that means that it literally can't have everything. And this means in 1998 we have a 3-hour Nitro, so that means Saturday night and Worldwide and all that. That's where fucking Horace Hogan and shit goes, right? But here it's not so set in stone. So you get Sting on Pro, you get Randy Savage on Worldwide, and so this is probably the one where I'd most recommend that as a way to actually completely experience the product as opposed to just being freaky about it like we may have been doing previously,
yeah. And there's a Saturday night, which is it was the A show when we covered 91.
Yeah.
And there's still some storyline progression. Nitro's the one that sort of most resembles modern TV wrestling and the reinventing the game as far as that's concerned. But yeah, a lot still gets done on Saturday night. I would say with the other shows, the taping and air date schedule seems so uncertain in their minds that there's a lot of continuity errors.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the only thing holding them back from doing significant story stuff on there. They'll mainly just be showing clips of what's happened with Sting and Ric Flair and shit like that.
Yeah, so it'll be a thing where
I saw Hogan's motorcycle get crushed 40 times.
I mean, it was such a traumatic event. It was 14 9/11, so you have to see it that many times. But so it's similar to 91 where Pro say will be on the same day as I think Worldwide or Saturday night, and so the idea is it's a morning show, and so you kind of come to understand that the order in which I watched it end up being I watched Saturday night and then I watched Pro. So Pro will end up being oh, look, what if tune in 5 hours later to see this on Saturday night, and I'd be oh, okay, this is happening before that. But then
I think I watched Pro first because I wrote out the order on my own little notepad document. I was well, if they're the same day, I'll go by alphabetical order. And
okay.
That turned out to be right.
That makes sense, yeah. But I remember there was a Pro where it recapped one of the angles, at least to this, where Flair finally convinces Sting to become his partner, and I was okay, I guess this happened on Saturday night, so I won't take a note on it until I see it on Saturday night. But then on Saturday night, it's oh yeah, this happened on the Pro, check it out, and I was oh, okay. They were talking about it already happened on Pro, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, it's definitely quite something. What do you think of how Nitro is at this time? Big old Nitro with its 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's easy to watch. I think I was generally fond of it in 1998, but there would be a lot of patience testing moments to fill those 3 hours. A lot of Bischoff yapping and yapping.
Yeah.
But you don't really get that here. They've got to go at a pretty brisk pace. They still find some time for twisty matches, though. So, maybe a better average of twisty matches than 98 Nitro. Despite the time restraints.
Yeah.
Because 98 Nitro still had a lot of, very inconsequential matches where they just get in, interference, finish,
Aye, absolutely. it's quite a breakneck pace. I remember. I'm trying to think who it was. It was like it was some guy on that Twitter a while back who, you know, he made this point, and it got many quote tweets of disagreement. And
what? Fuck that guy then. I hate when people make takes.
and his post was like, it was basically at no point did WCW look better than WWF. WWF always had the one up on them as far as production goes. It was a tighter, better looking thing. And there's a Nitro that opens up with the best theme ever, the Nitro theme. And then just a bunch of explosions everywhere, this fucking crazy set of the lights, and there's Mongo and his dog Peppy, and he's like, the little doggies run double down to that river. And then Alex Wright's theme starts playing, the new best theme ever, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, fuck the Fed! Fuck the Fed!
Yeah, I would disagree with that take. I am quote tweeting him now in spirit, actually. I would disagree with that. I do actually really love New Generation Fed, but I wouldn't say like looks better. The presentation, I find it like a cozy watch, you know.
Yeah. Like it's
whereas this is more boom kapow, you know.
Yeah, it's like crack. Meanwhile, like the New Generation Fed, it's one where like the diplomatic way would be to say it's more intimate, you know.
Yeah.
Because it couldn't possibly hope to like go toe to toe with Turner Production at this point.
No.
And then like we have there is like one thing, there is a show here which seems a bit more obscure, and I think maybe it's just because it's on a different network, but like I quite like it. WCW Prime on the Prime network, which has the best commentary duo ever, Chris Cruz and Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, like it's crazy. So I've always, all my life I've heard about Dusty Rhodes as WCW commentator because people at the time seemingly had no time for him. They thought he was a bumbling old fool, and it's this incredible.
You reckon that's sort of like residual bad blood from his time as Booker? Perhaps.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, like probably similar to how there's that one episode of Thunder that Kevin Nash commentated on, where he's like goofing around the whole time, and it's after he was the booker, and it didn't go well. So, probably some of that as well. And you can't begrudge people their feelings, but he's very funny, and it seems like he's not being directed at all. I can't remember what match it was, but there's one on Saturday night, because he gets on Saturday night as well, where like he's just rambling about something, and the pin happens, and Tony Schiavone just goes like, "Well, there's the pin." But yeah, like him and Tony as well is a really good duo. Like it feels like Tony really is like loves this man in regards to his family. Like, sometimes Dusty will just get on a tangent and Tony just go like he'll go, "Get on with it," to encourage him.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of those shows are quite like just two or three lads just watching the TV and having a conversation, and occasionally they'll remark on what happened on the TV, but mostly they're having a conversation.
Yeah. And like as far as one of the big bugbears of 1981, which was repeats, where you'd see the same Lex Luger match 4 weeks in a row across 3 different shows. There's only like maybe 1 or 2 examples of this time, which is good. Like, and I think it was Sting versus the Earl of Eaton, which I think was the main repeat I can think of. And
there was a Dungeon of Doom squash as well with Zodiac.
Yeah, with the Zodiac, yeah, that tracks, yeah. Otherwise, like, it's all original content that was taped in this huge fucking humongous block of taping in MGM Studios or the Worldwide Arena or wherever the goddamn Pro is taped. I don't know where that shit is. And yeah, like the fans are up for it, as is the little button they press that goes woo woo woo. Yeah, like I think like as far as like the B shows go, we have like a wonderful cast of not just jobbers but also like guys who you know, they talk about how like everyone's coming to WCW, so like if you fall down the rung, then you fall down 4 rungs because there's so many guys here. And it does feel like they get that across, because like there's a lot of guys here who, like, you know, and it only struck me when I was going through my notes and sorting them that like Harlem Heat is not at one point ever in like a pay-per-view storyline. Like they're just there, and at the start and end they're tag team champions, but like they're never actually in the mix. And like you don't even really think, well, I personally don't think of that as like, oh, I can't believe they're burying the Harlem Heat by not booking them good. Like it's literally, there's just not enough space, you know? There's not enough time in the world. And yeah, so fucking like just looking through here, I think my personal storyline, my personal favorite storyline that happened outside of the trappings of the pay-per-view is the taped fist storyline. Yeah, well, where cause I remember reading about this, and people thought it was so stupid that Hacksaw Jim Duggan tapes his fist behind the ref's back in order to punch people and win. And that it was so stupid as well that Big Bobber Rogers also taped his fist in order to do the same. But I love it. I think it's great. And you know, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, as we'll get to when we get to my top 10, I'm sure, like he brought the goods in 98, and in 1995 he has all the more to do because he's got a prop to milk. And we're like, oh, I got the fist. And it's very good. Do you have a personal like favorite thing that you saw on the B shows as far as like a multi-week storyline?
The storylines. I mean, obviously, this one did make pay-per-view, but as far as Nitro was concerned, it wasn't happening. It was the shit with Hawk and Kurasawa.
Ah, yes.
But even though we never actually saw them like nose to nose or anything, I felt they were building intrigue quite well for that. But we can get back into that later. I would say my main thing that I got to enjoy was just like these lower card tag teams, like the Armstrongs and the Barrio Brothers.
Oh yeah.
They're like perfect for a little bit of a more substantial main event after all the squashies, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
and they'll probably lose, but they might not. You never know.
They do such a good job of like having these guys exist in this universe. Like you know, like the Armstrongs, like they don't win the matchy, but like you always think of them as like, you know, legit competitors, you know.
Yeah, and the crowds that they perform in front of love them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they'd get the same reaction coming out on Nitro, but
and like I always think of like times when commentary will be like, oh, Mark Starr trying to get out of the obscurity of WCW. Maybe he could do it with this win. And hey, you know what? They do it because who's a jobber here? Canyon gets up there. You know, it can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, actually.
And like the thing you were saying earlier with like the NWO is like the real turning point that sort of Nitro will be defined by. But this time you just got these baby faces like the Armstrongs or like Das Wunderkind, who is a beloved babyface, despite not coming from this country.
Yeah.
And you know, if it was a different promotion, you'd think, well, surely he's going right to the top. But he kind of, you know, he's not really going to mean shit in a year's time.
Yeah. It's true. It's quite unfortunate. And it's also like a big time for Alex, right? You know, it's the coming of age, because eventually, like, oh, Das Wunderkind is no longer Kind because he's 20 now. He's an old man. It's very sad.
And yeah, I was just thinking about how I need a wrestler who comes out with a rabbit named Ralph to high energy disco music. Oh shit, you've got one? Thank you, WCW. Dave Sullivan.
You know what Dave Sullivan's theme is?
No, not by name.
It's I wanna be a Hulkamaniac, have fun with my family and friends. It's an instrumental of that because he wants to be a Hulkamaniac. Yes, wow. I love Dave Sullivan, and he's a special boy. I'm trying to let me see, because there's a thing that I don't think is confirmed, but Dave Sullivan used to be another guy in WCW. I'm just pulling up the cage match here, where I remember he used to be a heel, right? He used to be a serious heel bodyguard of Rick Rude in like 93ish. And yeah, he was the Equalizer. And there's this one match I remember where like it's him and Rick Rude teaming together, and he kills a jobber. Like, he drops them in such a fucked up way, and like, you know, everyone is like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And far be it from me to say for certain, but I feel like it is a response to that he is now a very special boy who has a pet rabbit.
Yeah, I could tell there was something a bit more in him when he has that match with Big Bubba. It's pretty sick. I didn't quite understand what they were doing with the finish of that, which is why I didn't make my Twisty listy. Bubba has I think he's possibly supposed to have like an allergic reaction to the rabbit.
Yes.
But he's not that close to the rabbit, and it just looks like he's like having a heart attack or something.
Yeah, I understood that it had an allergy. That's exactly why I put it on my Twisty list. Yeah, and as we get closer to Halloween, we see, you know, them really get into the mood of it. I feel like there's not much that encapsulates sort of like that cozy Halloween sort of aesthetic to me than, like, you know, how WCW does it. Just like all the goofy sort of haunted house stuff, like, really gets me in the moods to like beg for candy from strangers. And
yeah,
Chris Cruz is a Skellington, and then Chris Cruz comes along and he's like, Dusty, what are you doing? I am not a Skellington. And do you recall the Pumpkin Man that came around in that Halloween edition of Prime?
That was an episode that was like mostly repeats, wasn't it? So
Yeah,
I kind of skimmed that.
I think
I might
so.
have missed it.
Yeah, like there's the guy in a shroud and a pumpkin mask, and Dusty sees him and he goes, a goblin, and then so here's the thing, it is a lot of repeats, right? So what I did was I saw this, then I scrabbled it to about the 50-minute mark because I wanted to hear the Moo match of the week, and Dusty he gets the Goblin over to do the Moo, and because the Goblin's a ghostly Goblin, he goes Moo, but then they have a bit more time, so they do a double Moo.
Very good.
Yeah. Who would you say is your favourite commentary team across all these shows then? Because there is a bit of variety.
Yeah, it's got to be Dusty and Cruz, I think.
Yeah.
I think the Nitro team is good. Maybe just swap out Bischoff for Shivani, and that'll be good.
Yeah,
Obviously, Heenan's fucking the best. He's amazing.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely wonderful.
And Mongo's good, you know.
Mongo's great. Like I was surprised by Bischoff because I guess I was expecting to be a bit more annoyed by him basically.
Yeah, I'm not saying he was bad, but just Tony better, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I said to you before, it's just very interesting to see how you think of Bischoff now as the guy who is absolutely maxing the whole thing of stars and draws and all that, but here. His objective was I'm sending all these freaking work rate stars from Japan and ECW. So he is big on the grappling, in a way that I feel would be foreign to him even 2 years later even. And he really does.
Yeah, he really makes New Japan seem like this mythical place where just everyone kills each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not quite far from the truth.
Yeah. What is that? Are you eating sushi over there? What's that all about? Me when I'm building the biggest show of the year. Another thing to talk about. Speaking of other promotions, how do you feel about the WCW Hotline?
Oh yeah, there was that bit where Mean Gene just straight up says the war between World Championship Wrestling and the World Wrestling Federation is heating up. It's crazy to hear that said in such plain terms.
Because I remember in 1991, it was the same sort of thing where they had the Hotline, and on Saturday night, JR would go, "Oh, call up the Hotline because I can't talk about that organization on the air." And then you'd watch WCW Pro, where he'd go, "The WWF is fucked up, call the Hotline now." And it's oh, okay. And it's the same here, where sometimes they're quiet about it, other times they're Shawn Michaels is injured.
I wish we could call in and hear what they had to say.
I know, you'd think
it would probably be that answering machine message in The Simpsons where Homer's trying to place a bet. The match between the Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I have to imagine that it's so insubstantial because it's 20 years since 1995, and you look online and there's no audio recordings of it, which makes me feel it can't be all that much. You read the magazines and you see all the stuff about Mike Tenay does all this research because he needs 6 new scoops for a Hotline every day, and it's man, it can't be that good. Otherwise, there'd be people who are oh, I heard this from a Hotline. Kensuke Sasaki won the US title or something, But yeah, so just going down stuff that happens in the shows here. So one thing about Eric Bischoff is you can really tell he's into kickboxing because he fucking. One of the first matches you see on a Nitro is the Harlem Heat versus the American Males, and then Booker T does the scissor kick, and Eric goes, "A scissor kick! It reminds me of my K1 tapes. This is just like Andy Hoog. Which is pretty good. And meanwhile Mongo is just he is just a bit of a mental case. I love when he goes, get grandma out the bathroom, or get out that refrigerator, that break is over. Because it's, just like in 1998, he's a wonderful guy to hear talk. Something I love too is because we have the redubs, we get like the specific TNT ads, and I noticed this scene where Eric Bischoff will advertise what's coming on TNT next, and it'll be like, coming up next, American Kickboxer 2, and you'll go watch it, or go fuck yourself, who cares? I don't know why that is. And what about that Mr. Wonderful, that Mr. Wonderful storyline?
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
So he's looking in the mirror, and who's the fucking guy who he sees in a vision?
He doesn't see him in a vision, the guy's just there. It's Gary Spivey of the Psychic Companions Network.
Okay. Well, he has this interaction with him, and then he's like, you know what, I need like opera singers singing my theme.
Yeah.
They call him Mr. Wonderful. And this is, marvelous stuff for the C shows. People in what would become the Impact Zone. The kids like putting their fingers in their ears, like, stop it, mommy.
Everyone hates the song.
Except me. Yeah, so it's really good. But then he has match with Johnny B. Bad. And, oh no, he gets tossed out of the ring while he still has mirror in hand. And it breaks the mirror. And he's like, oh no, 7 years bad luck. And then the next time we see him, well, he's normal because that was a continuity error. But then the next time, next time that we see him, he's like, oh no,
he is downtrodden.
I don't have a mirror
He's
anymore.
just fucking Paul Orndorff.
Oh no, I suck now. I almost lost to Todd Morton, but I didn't because he sucks worse than me.
Yeah. Like, so I knew of the Mr. Wonderful theme before. I've always loved it, but I didn't realize until this watch through that, like, the Mr. Wonderful theme is part of his therapy. Because Gary Spivey sits him down and he gives him affirmations. You are Mr. Wonderful. You know you are Mr. Wonderful. And I know it too. And he just keeps repeating that, and you need the fucking song to always tell it to him. It's crazy. And the whole time he's just like, he's looking in a mirror, and we're like, oh yeah, I am Mr. Wonderful.
When he has that Johnny B. Bad match, before he gets thrown out the ring, he's like pointing it at his like inner thighs.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Oh yeah,
crazy.
get a look at that. Fucking yes. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, and then there's, like, before Gary comes by, he's having a crisis where he's just like, it's literally like this like montage of the same shot, and we're like, God damn it, who am I? And like, man, I'm so glad that this man with the afro of ladder and soap came along to show him the way that he is Mr. Wonderful. We also I also have to point out the story of Mike Corey, WCW jobber, because he faces Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and WCW pro commentator Larry Zbyszko is told that Mike Corey is a former powerlifter, and so Larry goes, if he's a former powerlifter, he should be familiar with Hacksaw Jim Duggan, because he did plenty of cleaning jerks in the gym. And then Mike Corey is defeated. And that's his story of Mike Corey. Speaking of Duggan, like there is an unfortunate like technical thing with the file of that pro episode because it got stitched with like one that was before Fall Brawl, and it unfortunately led to a tease for me because I'm just watching this pro, and then it has some cut somewhere that I don't notice, and then they say, okay, it's time for the main event. Jim Duggan versus Arn Anderson in a taped fist match. And I'm like, oh my god, this will be the best match ever. And then as Arn Anderson's coming out, they're like, oh, is this so smart for Arn to do this? Days before Fall Brawl? And I'm like, oh, okay, this is not within the curve.
Yeah, I took note of that as well. I just assumed it was like another continuity fail. Was it definitely like another episode stitched together with it?
I have to imagine so, because like it's never been as bad as to get the pay-per-view wrong, you know.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking like, okay, I legally can't put this in my Twisty listy, but it will be a Twisty. But then Flair comes out and beats him up, and we see no taped fist match. Yeah, it's fucked up. And yeah, then we have like something I quite like that happens a lot is seemingly on main event quite a lot of the time is you'll have these matches where it's like whoever wins this advances to Nitro to face another guy. And so like, you know, you have this trilogy between the Sergeant Craig Pittman and the Cobra, where their rubber match is not just no rubber match, it's for the number one contendership to Kurasawa. So there's a lot of stakes going on here, which I quite like. The Pittman versus Cobra feud is quite something because the Fall Brawl, Pittman comes down from the rafters and ambushes Cobra and wins. And then they have a rematch on I think it's a worldwide, where Cobra comes out from the under the ring and ambushes him and wins. And then the rubber match is where they actually freaking wrestle 1-on-1 like men. And then they have another one too. I don't care.
Yeah. And quote during one of those is that there's no doubt that as far as mat work is concerned, Pitbull Craig Pittman is one of the very best.
Which you can see by watching him, so it's self-evident. And,
oh, you didn't see that time? Let me show you again.
Like, I love the bit that Dusty has with Cobra's theme, which is Morse code, because he's a freaking soldier.
Yeah.
And he'll go like, wait a minute, let me listen in, and I'll say what it's saying. Oh, okay, I did it. I need two more dits. I just another dit. He said dit, and then everyone is like, "Oh, you got me again with a dit." And then like I really like the, you know, you come to be very familiar with all the video advertisings and the Havoc control centers and all that, and I really love like you know that one where it's like, it's so 90s, you know, it's like a PNG of the Giant holding a crystal ball, and inside the crystal ball is the video that you're supposed to be looking at, and like then it's like that classic thing that I'm sure many people love of like you know, like the anamorph shit of man into machine, and then fucking like, I mean, like, it's so crazy how instinctive it is for wrestling generally, maybe even not just WCW, like just how complex it is. Because like on the show alone, you've got like three things where like this could have just been a match, but instead you have like it's machine versus machine, and then the monster becomes the man, and then it's for the world title, and why couldn't it just be that? You know, it turned out fine, but I don't know. And then also you've got Mean Gene Okerlund's in the control center. Did you catch his Smokey Robinson reference?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like that guy's always got a freaking thing or other. And then like Duggan versus Bubber starts in earnest because who's here to help Big Bubber? None other than Vincent Kennedy Wall Street. What do you think of this guy, Vincent Kennedy Wall Street? You appreciate his presence?
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Duggan needs people to punch. I can respect that.
Yeah, he took his fucking boards. He's from Wall Street and he really wants this piece of wood. And there's also the Barrio brothers as a case of just how fluid the hierarchy is in WCW, because you've told me yourself they were a lock. They were a lock for your jobber top 10 list. But what happened? Moved up in the world.
They got a fucking win. What the fuck?
A fucking push, because, brother, they need to lose to Sting and Lex Luger. They need to be heated up, so that means something.
Yeah, that match has got to go like 6.5 minutes. That's so long.
Yeah.
So, got to build them up a little bit.
Yeah.
Also, plenty of squashes with the Dungeon of Doom. Kamala, his favourite match is probably Melina versus Alicia Fox, because that fuck don't know how to do a pin.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they always have to get across, wow, he does not know what's going on. And, it begs the question, how this is even happening in a sports league, but it's fine. That is one thing to think about, is like, because this show, as you mentioned at the top, very talked about show, probably helps the WrestleCrap guy pay off his damn mortgage. Yeah. And so you come onto this and you're expecting all this hokey stuff, and there is absolutely hokey stuff. Like the whole Dungeon of Doom thing is very goofy, yet somehow, and to think about as well, the other main thing happens on the show is like, oh, Ric Flair turns on Sting again, right? So you'd think that this is just going to be a predictable ass show that like it's hard to take seriously, but by the end of it, I did take it seriously. Like like something where there's just this like foundation of like I guess like gravitas and like that mythical sports like presentation of like many decades. That even with Hogan coming in and having all of his rock and wrestling crap going on, like it still holds, and you combine like you're alluding to, Bobby Heenan, as great as he is, sells like everything like it's truly happening and is real and has consequences, which is quite something. Like I definitely wasn't expecting to like hate this show or whatever, but I was expecting to be like, oh man, this shit was goofy the whole way. They sold me on it, they sold me on the human side of it. Like, oh man, the Giant, he just wants to avenge his papa who died.
Yeah, I didn't mind the dungeon stuff. I thought some of their promos were pretty cool, like the green lighting and stuff.
Yeah.
The Master, not the Taskmaster, but the Master.
Yeah.
Just this fat fuck bald guy. Hawaiian dude, I think.
Yeah, King Ayakea.
Yeah. He was good. I like him.
Yeah. The Wikipedia says he just left in 1985, so I don't know how much longer he has as the Master. Like, eventually he just kind of leaves things to his son, Kevin Sullivan. So I guess he's actually King Sullivan. Or maybe don't know how all that works.
But yeah, there isn't a lot that I thought like sucked when watching this. There is a main major exception would be the Man of Question vignettes. This character fucking blows. Bill DeMott, of course. He's not good at maniacal laughing, I don't think.
No, definitely not.
And for some reason, they're pairing him with Macho Man for a C-show match. And then Savage beats him, obviously. But they air that match before they air Man of Question versus Barry Houston, specifically booked to build that Savage match. Funny stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like...
But yeah, every time that vignette came on, I was just plus 10 in, man. Fuck that shit.
Aye, it's no good. Like, it's crazy, because, like, you think about, like, I can't imagine, like, Kamala or The Shark got any big debut. They just kind of appeared. And I'm like, oh, they're done enough to him. They're scary. So, of all the people to give the big treatment to, why give Bill DeMott that? He sucks. And then you beat him anyway. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's fucked up. But, like, you know, speaking of The Shark, John Tenta, I do got to give a shout out to that big Nitro angle on the go home to Halloween Havoc, which was to build up to next week's Nitro. That's starting a whole pattern of that, where there's like a goddamn like I think it's during this tag match between Mr. JL Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit Dean Malenko, which was, oh my god, this is a greatest match ever. Wait a minute, there's a fight going on in the back. And it's fucking The Shark and the Scott Norton pushing each other. And commentary goes, oh, evidently this left over from September 11th. The Dungeons of Doom's most diabolical attack, I might say.
Yeah, they're fucked up for that. Come on, Kevin Sullivan. But yeah, the cruiserweights are it's not an official division yet because they haven't made the title.
Yeah,
but they're coming. Here's Eddie Guerrero. Here's Dean Malenko. Here's the Crippler, and the stuff that they do is great, and it gets decent time. But there's a sense of like they're uncertain of whether this will hold attention. So I think the first time they do Guerrero versus Malenko,
yeah,
and they're like, oh, but I hear that Hulk Hogan is arriving right now. Let's cut to a split screen. Actually, no, let's just cut straight forwardly to Hogan right now. And then, yeah, 2 weeks later, they do the thing with, the big men are also fighting right now, guys.
It's like that reply guy I found who like puts the text in the side. It's like, Tony Khan, you're making a big mistake not having big man.
You're making a big mistake with this Benoit guy. You don't know what he's capable of.
I loved when Eric Bischoff did that on Nitro, actually. Like, one thing about Benoit, because, like, you know, he has his first 2 matches here. Well, his first 3, because he has a squash match on a pro as well, which are they're all really good. But, like...
yeah, that Eddie one's so sick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like they have the angle of him showing up in a limo, like with a suit, where he comes out, he goes like, WCW, where the big boys play, and then he walks off. But I love
and also we.
I love that, like, so the second time around, Larry Zbyszko was commenting, and he had the exact thought that I did, because they built up like, oh, look at this, the new biggest star coming to WCW. And then Larry sees a big schlubby limo driver go around, like, that guy? And I was like, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, it's exciting to see, because they do start discussing the idea of the cruiserweight title around this time, and like it's you know, obviously in practice you see a lot of these things which kind of like hint at a lack of trust or investment in it, but you also hear just like the sort of lip service they give it, and it all feels really promising. Now I think of how there is a point after the tag match with Benoit where they start talking about cruiserweight title, and like Heenan goes like, "Oh, these guys, it doesn't matter if it's against a small guy or a big guy. These guys can beat people up and stuff." And it's like, you know, it definitely feels like something that like WWF's not giving you that, you know.
Yeah.
And I wish that Bischoff had taken to that a bit more. And so, like, is there anything else you can think of from like from the B shows or otherwise?
Yeah, I got a bit more. So there's one of my favorite continuity errors is that the first Nitro that we see, the American males defeat Harlem Heat for the tag titles.
Yep.
And then in the C show, they're like, "Look, it's the debuting American males."
Yeah.
So that was good. It didn't even seem particularly close to that Nitro. So
yeah, no, like the good faith reading I have of that is that they're saying it's their debut on the Prime, and that is stupid to say.
Yeah. But yeah, what did you think of the changing of the tag titles? We see it once at the start and once at the end back to Harlem Heat. The start one confused me a bit. They almost made out like it wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, because the way it goes is like it's supposed to open up with American Males versus the Blue Bloods. But as the Blue Bloods come out, Harlem Heat beat them up and then go, "Hey, sucker, let's put the titles on the line right now." And so then like American Males beat them from there. And I think it's a very exciting...
They beat them because they were distracted by Colonel Robert Parker and Sherry Martel. I guess they're shagging.
Oh yes, absolutely. They have a whole thing going.
Yeah. So many matches ended with just them sort of distracting people from ringside.
Yeah. Like and so I think the actual title change itself, like it's an exciting piece of business because like I think definitely when they were doing Nitro, I think their main objective was to have that sort of like, "Oh, this is exciting! Oh, holy shit! You do not know what you will see when you turn on the TV." And as we see later on, that evolves into like that taking precedent over the pay-per-views, you know. And so like long term, it's sort of a bad habit to get into, really. But like in the short term, it's like, wow, I can't believe it! This is so exciting. And then like you know, as you say, like it then leads to like all these weeks of like matches taped in like July where the American males are just like with sans belts because they haven't freaking won them yet. And then like, you know, by the end where they lose it back to Harlem Heat on the last Saturday night, like they've maybe had like, I can think of like one tail defense it has, and it was against Dust Out Stable. And yeah, it feels like Harlem Heat is the better team to have in that sort of prominent position, because like by the end I was like, I tire of these American males. I would rather have seen. They're not bad, but I'm just thinking like if they're.
I gave him a couple of little twisties, and I was like, you know what, these American males, they're a bit of a gag nowadays because of the funny theme song, and it is a very funny theme song.
Yeah.
I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was mainly thinking like
I'd been impressed a couple of times by Bagwell before he comes buff.
Yeah.
He's a decent hand, and the crowd are into them even though they're very new. So I thought, yeah, fair enough. And then we didn't see that much from Harlem Heat until they win it back, really.
I know, yeah. Like that was my sort of thinking was like, you know, as tag champions, the American males then get afforded like, you know, like 7 matches per month, and if Harlem Heat were in that position, we'd probably see like 7 Harlem Heat matches per month, which I would prefer. But like, yeah, like the American males, like obviously I don't dislike them, but like at a certain point I was sort of like, okay, more American male, okay.
I mean, it's kind of given away in the theme song. They don't just say it once; they say it a bunch of times.
Yeah.
American males, American males, American males. You have to have a good portion of them.
When you see them coming, better run for cover. Girls you don't need, your weekend lover. Huh. American males. Fucking. Oh yeah, did you notice the Cody Rhodes fucking shout out?
Yes. Yeah, that was what was the match again? It was the Rockin' Rebel squash match, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, Rockin' Rebel and other guy versus the Horseman. And
of course they're not talking about the match, they're talking about what happened to the Hulkster. And all the Hulkamaniacs have been crying. But not that Cody Ronalds. He's the toughest of them all.
Yeah, Chris Cruz sort of gets cute with it because Dusty just says, my youth team, all the guys and Cody Reynolds, they all left the Hulkster. And then Chris goes, Cody Reynolds, he's your biggest fan, Dream. And Dusty fucking ignores him because don't talk about my fucking son, piece of shit. Yeah, that was quite good.
Some more quick notes I have.
Yep.
Horny Tony Schiavone. Some hot ladies are in the crowd. They come on screen. And he goes, hello there. The Renegade is a very cynical packaging of a wrestler, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, he's supposed to be the Ultimate Warrior. And his matches are all like 9 seconds. And it's like, what is gained from this? Nothing, really.
Yeah.
For the show main event, we couldn't find the full shows. They may be out there, but we couldn't find them.
I believe it's like, remember in 1988 we couldn't find Pro, and then we saw reports of like Pro being a recap show. I think main event's the same thing, where like the thing that we have is the exclusive match, if you get what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, I found a card on Cage Match. And on one of the shows it says there's a Blue Bloods versus Benoit and Malenko match, which obviously sounds great.
Right, okay.
But the only match that we got isolated from that was Sergeant Craig Pickman versus VK Wall Street.
Oh dear.
I just I chuckled at the idea of someone's like, you know what, I'm just going to film this bit.
I've only got so much tape, and
yeah,
this match is important.
VK Wall Street needs all this tape.
Oh dear. So, like there'll be some like stuff that, because I've read a few magazines in preparation for this. I went and found the WCW magazine. I paid freaking $1 to the WCW Worldwide guy to access his PDFs of WCW magazine. A very worthwhile investment if you out there are thinking of doing the same. And I also just looked up because WCW magazine, you gotta admit when what you're reading is propaganda. WCW magazine is owned by WCW, so I had to get other sources to truly get my shit going here. And so I got stuff like Wrestling World and Inside Wrestling and The Wrestler, all of which are seemingly written in kayfabe, but they're not paid by big wrestling, so they have their own opinions, you know. And so from Wrestling World, and I believe the October edition, I have some fan letters here. This will give you an insight into what the fans are thinking as we get into this show here in 1995. And here's the first one. Open letter to Hulk Hogan. Dear Hulk Hogan, we feel sorry for you. We used to think you were a real cool wrestler when you won the WWF. But since you entered WCW, you are a big punk. You make all the decisions for the Federation, and personally, we think your decisions stink. You are only using old WWF gimmicks. Your real name should be Hulk McMahon. We hear you are coming out with your own pasta restaurant and are naming it Hulk Hogan's Pasta Mania. Everyone reading this, we are very serious about this. It is true. We are not lying. Hogan, What do you know about pasta anyway? You make enough money already. What do you need another $3.5 million for? You seem really selfish. Hogan, you think you're still good, but we think it's time to retire again. This time, make it a permanent leave of absence. From Joseph Stofan and Sean Sentleman in Brooklyn, New York.
The way you were reading that, I feel you're going to be like, signed, V. Russo.
and then to go on. What do you think of Pasta Mania, by the way? Are you on board with that idea of Pasta Mania, Hulk Hogan's pasta?
Well, I've not tried it. I couldn't possibly comment, really. I think there can never be too much pasta in the world.
Especially not from Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Need to bring it back as tribute to a departed hero of the Americas. So we have here a letter titled Beach Boy Match. Dear Matt Meal, WCW needs to make a match that I have been dreaming of since 1987. The match is Hulk Hogan versus Sting in Venice, California in a Beach Boy match. Hulk Hogan needs to show Sting once and for all who is the ultimate best Beach Boy of Venice, California. Sting, for years, has been cashing in on Hulk Hogan and Venice Beach's fame. He's really nothing more than Bart Simpson from the cartoon The Simpsons. Hulk Hogan will put Sting in his place, the sooner the better. WCW should put this match on pay-per-view now. From Joseph E. Longstreet III in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
I'm glad they clarified which show Bart Simpson was in.
What is a Beach Boy match, do you think? What could that entail?
Probably some shortening bread involved.
I'd hope so. I would hope so. So then this last letter here, it's not related to WCW, but I thought it'd be interesting to read. Dundee Adover. Dear Matt Mail, first I want to say how great it is to know Bill Dundee is back in action. Alas,
where's this guy from?
I can't say she because there's no station showing USWA in Germany.
Deutschland.
Probably I was the only person here having her eyes on the outside action when Lord Rieger stepped into the ring in WCW matches. Well, all I wanted to say is good luck to my favorite man. You're a hunk, Bill. From Ulrich Schilling in Frankfurt, Germany.
From Mad Max.
And so now, if you will turn your attention to my screen share, I will bring this over here from Inside Wrestling in November, because magazines are fucked up and they do all this shit like with like fucking like 2 months behind at all times. Here we have this article that's a cover article that says with a picture of Hulk Hogan, 1 defense in 4 months, strip Hogan of the title now. And if you could take it away to tell the people what is the reasoning for this. Why would you strip Hogan of the belt? What did they say?
WCW World Champion Hulk Hogan is in another one of his legendary inactive stages. Instead of allowing this travesty to continue, WCW should teach him a lesson by stripping him of the belt.
Say it in, so let's see.
Stop the insanity. No, this isn't an infomercial. This is the impassioned plea to the folks at WCW to restore some badly needed credibility with a simple enforcement of the rules. The Federation must put aside the dollar signs that are dancing inside its collective head. Turn a deaf ear to the public outcry it is sure to encounter. And do the only thing that's right. Hulk Hogan has consistently failed to meet title defense requirements of every WCW champion. For this transgression, WCW has no choice but to strip Hogan of his world title. That's a pretty bold statement, Sting said. Why would you want to do that? Hogan's been a good champion. 5. Why is there a 5?
They fucked up.
5. Actually, Hogan's been a great champion when he's defending the title. Unfortunately, those occurrences have been almost as rare as lunar eclipses. A thorough check of the results showed that while the Hulkster was scheduled to face Big Van Vader in a cage match at Bash at the Beach just after press time, he hadn't defended his WCW World title prior to that since late February. Worse yet, he doesn't seem like he's in any hurry to make many world title defenses in the immediate future. "What are you talking about?" said manager Jimmy Hart, who also has to be assessed part of the blame from Hogan's poor ring attendance record. "Hulk's wrestled plenty of times in the last 4 years, Daddy. He beat Vader and Flair. What else do you want him to do?" Well, James, for starters, we'd like him to defend the belt within the perimeters of the Federation rules. Hart can point to as many of Hogan's matches as he likes, but in none of those bouts was the title in the line. In other words, Hogan was assured of entering and leaving the ring as champion regardless of the outcome. There is nothing wrong with a champion taking a non-title match here and there, or dabbling in tag team bouts just to stay sharp and loose. And there is also nothing wrong with the endless war of words that goes on between champion and challenger, as long as their differences eventually are settled in the ring. But Hogan has wasted the last 4 months staring into a camera instead of the eyes of a worthy opponent. He spends an awful lot of time talking about being champion, but I don't see him fighting like a champion. Big Van Vader said. When is the time? I'm Vader, by the way. When is the time? The last time he defended the belt? Last year? I can't even remember. We hate to refresh Vader's memory, but Hogan's last pay-per-view title defense was against ... Vader at Super Brawl. The ensuing week saw the quote-unquote Hulkster able to fend off Vader in the matches in Chicago and Detroit. As of the end of June, those were the last times the WCW World title was on the line. Hogan wrestled Vader in a strap match at Uncensored, but that match was not sanctioned by the Federation, and therefore the title was not up for grabs. Hogan teamed up with old buddy Randy Savage in a bout against Vader and Ric Flair at Slamboree, but that was a tag team match, and the title, of course, was not up for grabs. Arena cards? Hogan can rarely fit those into his busy schedule, though he can find the time to cheer on his buddy Shaquille O'Neal at Orlando Arena during the NBA playoffs.
Oh, don't go there.
How much time has passed since Hogan defended the title? In late February, the average American knew nothing about militias. The jury in the O.J. Simpson trial still had plenty of alternates, and Clyde Drexler was a member of the Portland Trail Blazers. An embarrassing situation became almost comical when Hogan did not even compete at the Great American Bash on June 18th in Dayton, Ohio. Hogan's refusal raised an interesting question. When's the last time a major federation held a pay-per-view in which its heavyweight champion did not even wrestle? Hogan requested some time off, and his request was granted. An unidentified WCW official explained, "I don't see you guys taking the WWF to task when Bret Hart gets a sabbatical, or when Diesel gets time off because he hurt his elbow." That's true, because Hart was a fighting champion, and didn't take a sabbatical until he actually lost the belt. He observed WWF regulations, and did not cheat the fans. Hogan treats the defense of the WCW World title as if it is some kind of union-protected civil service job, complete with preordained lunch hours, coffee breaks, and vacations. The WCW lets him get away with it. It's no secret that any WCW champion must defend his title at least once every 30 days, or be stripped of that title. and we have seen the Federation enforce that role on many occasions in the past. WCW has yet to enforce it on Hogan, who as champion has given the company's bottom line an added boost. But it is directly violating the rule. Perhaps WCW does not realise that, by failing to enforce its rules, the one suffering from an image problem is not Hogan, but the Federation itself. WCW stands for World Championship Wrestling. But how can that be the title of an organisation whose world champion does not wrestle? We can only hope that Hogan will defend his title at the next pay-per-view event. And the next, and the next. Maybe even put it on the line a few times between the pay-per-views. Until then, WCW is practically guaranteed that we are more likely to see his face on a milk carton.
Oh man.
Wow.
Some uncomfortable truths there, perhaps.
Yeah.
I really like the idea that they asked Sting and Jimmy Hart, hey, why don't they strip Hogan of the belt? Oh man. Fucking let's see, what name was that there? That was Clyde Drexler. Yeah, in February he was in that football team, and by October he is losing to Chris Benoit on Pro.
PS5.
So yeah, like as we can see, like it's just a sample of the wrestling fans in 1995. They ain't fucking with Hogan all that much. You know, they've managed to get the fans more or less on his side, but like as we see here, it's still, as I say, like two wolves fighting, and the outcome is
it's the fans though that are buying magazines and shit.
Oh yeah.
We only really hear any backlash to Hogan on one Nitro. The rest of the time, it seems pretty normal. And that Nitro was in Chicago, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, which is absolutely like a smarky.
The smocks, yes. Yeah.
Yup. Yeah, but in 1995, like it wasn't because they were on the internet. It was because they were all sending $25.99 in the mail to get a videotape and newsletter.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh boy, once this Nitro is over, I'm going to go home and get out my typewriter and type to Dave Meltzer, I give this Nitro a thumbs up, and then pay us an extra $5 for a stamp to send it off.
Yeah, that's dedication. But the average fan is just like, no, I like Hulk Hogan. No. Hulk the brother.
Yeah, I remember hearing Bischoff like talk about how like, I felt so embarrassed going to TV meetings and selling WCW because they were like, that hick wrestling, I fucking hate it, and I hate you for telling me about it. But now that Hulk Hogan's here, I can go, we got Hulk Hogan, and they're like, oh, Hulk Hogan? I thought he was in David. And like, I wonder, because like, it's not going to be something people think about. It's all just absent-minded stuff. But I really wonder what the specific appeal of Hulk Hogan would be over just like the wrestling generally. It's quite something. About we going into the freaking 2 listies that we got now. Yep, because we got 2 of them now. One of them will be the conventional Twisty listies, as our listeners have grown accustomed to, the listy and then the top 10. And then we've also got one for B shows, where we will have the good matches on there, and then the top 10 list for the B shows.
Well, I this is how I formatted. I put all the twisties together in chronological order.
Okay, yeah.
And then I got the top 10 not job boys, and then I just listed some notable job boys. And if I missed anyone out, then you can pitch in with that.
Okay, yes, because I will have 10 job boys right here for you. Alright, so I did not actually finish my top 10, so if you would like to go first while I do that.
Okay, I'll start with the matches, shall I?
Yeah.
Okay, the first on my Twisty listy. Hold on.
I'll give you a little twisty.
Here we go. Is Flying Brian Pillman versus Ric Flair on the Nitro of 18th of September. A very awesome, intense TV match. Pillman is just beginning the sort of loose cannon persona thing.
Yeah.
They're still calling him Flying Brian at this stage. But yeah, we're seeing the transformation of him here. And he's so great. We saw him in the 1991 stuff. And he had plenty of great matches. He's even better here. And yeah, it's one of those things where like he definitely should have been one of the top heels of the 90s if it all went well for him. Oh, but absolutely. It didn't. Never mind. Next, I have the Armstrongs versus the Barrier Brothers on Prime on the 18th of September. The Armstrongs cut an endearing promo beforehand. The Puerto Ricans are good foil when the crowd get into it nicely. Puerto Ricans pull off a surprise win, and Dusty Rhodes says that they are ugly. And I've got Harlem Heat versus the Stud Stable from Pro on the 23rd of September.
Yep.
I think there was some kind of continuity error with Colonel Robert Parker here, but the Stud Stable are great. More about them later. We've got Lord Steven Regal versus Sting. Saturday night, 23rd of September. A treat of a match. Sting is the man. Regal is also the man, but he's the man who is good at being a little stoogey chicken shit in front of the actual man.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And we've got the Blue Bloods versus Barry Houston and Julio Sanchez.
Oh,
worldwide.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Worldwide on the 24th of September. A simple squashy, but still plenty of sick Regal and Eaton offense to enjoy.
Yeah.
I really liked how they tag really lightly, like a couple of right posh gay boys.
Yeah. I mean, like to speak on the Blue Bloods a bit, as in like, you know, like basically every month in WCW magazine you get a column by Lord Steven Regal, which I have no reason to believe he didn't write it, where it's literally just like, I went to Las Vegas today and I can say it was absolutely disgusting. He just goes on like that for 6 paragraphs. It's wonderful.
Yeah. You know? Speaking of wonderful, Mr.
Whoa.
Wonderful, Paul Orndorff versus Terry Morgan from Worldwide on the 24th of September. This just felt like a masterful squash. Like he's very vicious on this job boy, Terry Morgan.
Oh, I know.
He does this legit crazy like vertical suplex into the turnbuckle. And then he does like every dickhead heel squash trope wonderfully, like feet on the ropes, abandoning a pin, and then cocky cover for the finish. I just thought, yeah, that's you have to be choosy when putting a complete squashy on the Twisty listy, but this one made the cut.
Yeah.
Now I've got a mega Twisty.
Oh, that's fucking where is it again? Oh my god, where?
Yeah, Twisty. Man, yeah. Twisty.
Yeah. It's On and Flying Brian against the Armstrongs from Worldwide. Still on the 24th of September, by the way. Fucking hell.
Right, yeah.
The Armstrongs are really over with this crowd. It raises this one up into something more than just a routine victory for Pillman and Double A. The Armstrongs also seem like really good at this basic like babyface fire comeback offense, while Brian and Arn cut them off and stooge masterfully. I loved one of the Armstrongs fooling Brian into going up for a leapfrog, only to place his knee down so he lands in atomic drop position.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And then Heenan, in wonderful form, says, That's why you don't keep 2 eggs in your back pocket. Yeah, great match. Then I got Earl Robert Eaton versus Sting from Pro on the 30th of September. Just another beast, 6-minute C-show main for the Stinger. Then I got Brian Pillman versus Sting from Saturday night. Same day. You get double Sting this day. Yeah. Actually, you might get treble Sting that day.
Double Sting. And that was when it was supposed to be Johnny B. Bads. And so oh my god, he's not here. Okay, well, here's Brian Pillman there because he is asking.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, Sting's just so good. Pillman terrific again. Then a bit of fucking work rate for you. Got Eddie Guerrero versus Jushin Thunder Liger. Main event on the 1st of October.
And these men are fighting to face Dean Malenko. Who will face Dean Malenko?
Yeah, I kind of hadn't clocked until this point that the cruiserweight division is not an official thing. Until these two got going and it became obvious that, oh yeah, nobody else on the roster is doing this. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was great. Luger versus Savage on Nitro, 2nd of October. There's a bit these two have with a struggle for supremacy during a backslide. That's just fucking incredible.
Yes, bro. Fucking love that.
Luger feels so refresh, washing some of that Loser Express stink off him.
Yeah.
And Savage is in great shape. Still so much to give. Vince, he fumbled.
He fumbled like fuck. Yeah. That is a wonderful match.
Yeah. Then I got Eddie Guerrero versus Dean Malenko, the match that was built to earlier, on the same Nitro. It feels like almost a consensus take at this point that their beloved ECW stuff has not aged all that well. But I think a sort of lower key, slick and dynamic TV match like this ages a fair bit better than that stuff. And yes, it's, as mentioned before, it's so low key, in fact, that they just straight up interrupt it with a shot of the Hulkster arriving to the venue.
Yeah.
But it all works out fine. The two cruiserweight jabronis still have a exciting match. And then still same Nitro. It's on versus Ric Flair. Great Nitro episode. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, Nitro has 3 matches per episode maybe, so there's a few times where it just happens the entire Nitro episode is a Twisty.
Yeah. So obviously Flair is, trying to gain Sting's approval to tag with him at Halloween Havoc. And so Flair has to kind of play a bit of a babyface role. And it's fascinating that all face Flair really needs to change is slightly less begging off and less low blows. And it just totally works. The way that he bumps around can be somebody that you can get behind just as easily as it can be somebody taking a cathartic ass beating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next, I've got DDP versus Joey Maggs from Pro on the 7th of October. There was a nice semi-competitive flavour to the squashy, which is a tough balance to get right, but I felt it was very well done here.
Yeah.
Maggs just threatens to make you think about an upset before he gets dealt with.
And Chris Cruz believes in him too.
Yeah. And his sell for the penultimate real killer blow was great. DDP is great despite the fact we know that this is not the DDP that's going to become one of the main eventers in the years to come.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in a very comfortable place as the television champion. I would say the Diamond Doll and Max Muscle had a decent amount to his act.
Yeah, there's a column that DDP does in the magazine, and the one I remember is he was talking about sports, and a lot of it is literally just So how about them Houston Rockets? They're doing terribly. And then I remember the way he signs it off, because he's a freaking heel scumbag. He goes like, and what about that WNBA? Psst, broads don't know how to do sports. It's like, oh, damn you, DDP. How dare you?
Yeah, but it's 1995, so I'm like, yeah, woo! They've got another Malenko versus Eddie Guerrero match from Saturday night, this time on the 7th of October.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot more drawn out than the Nitro match. More drawn out than the vast majority of things that we watched. I probably slightly preferred the snappier sort of Nitro effort, but it's interesting to see significant time given to like athletic work rate wrestling here, and they really stand out because of it. And there's a quote that I think is from commentary. It must have been probably Heenan saying this: 1,000 holds. There's that book of 100 sexual positions.
Yeah, that's right. That's Mongo, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make a big deal of like, for every hold there's a counter holds, and then when it finishes up in a counter, like there's the counter hold. Oh,
yeah.
That's what it's
Good
all
stuff.
about.
I got Ric Flair versus Bunkhouse Buck worldwide on the 7th of October. Honestly, Bunkhouse Buck may be the coolest, like, lower card, basically a job boy that might occasionally get a win that I've ever seen.
He looks fucking awesome, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's so sick. And yeah, another note about Flair is this, like, quasi-face is very engaging stuff, I think.
I agree.
And Randy Savage, the Stick Slater, the other member of the Stubbs stable, on worldwide on the 7th of October. Yeah, just my note is just like I really dig the Stubbs stable. Randy is still in great shape, and mega over in the Proto Impact Zone. Worldwide might be my favorite show, because those crowds, as we are well aware from TNA and our prior experience with watching it in '98, those crowds are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
God, it's crazy. It's crazy to think of like WCW, like for like long periods of time, just like not doing any house shows. They would literally just be at the Impact Zone in one arena. Like, damn, it's crazy to think about.
More stud stables. Stud stables versus the American Males.
Ooh. Nice.
Main event on the 8th of October. Yeah, a twisty little tag title match. Bunkhouse Buck takes a sick bump in this. The American Males are just known as a cheesy meme, but I was kind of feeling them, and the crowd agreed with me.
Sure,
so
yeah.
I liked the crowd then. Sabu! Sabu versus Mr. JL. Who could that be?
Joel.
On Mr. Joel on Nitro on the 9th of October. It's just Sabu doing Sabu shit. I think that's the episode where they're in Chicago.
Yup.
And they're giving him a pretty good response for all his antics. So that's very nice. And then On versus Flair. Same Nitro. Flair in a cage match.
Yes.
Entertainingly flying around this cage that was designed to keep Pillman from interfering, but it turns out that they can just climb in.
Yeah. And like it's a speed run of a cage match too, because they've got like 8 minutes.
Yeah, but regardless, I had fun with especially what Flair was doing here.
Yeah.
On wins using brass knucks, which is completely illegal and not actually underhanded, but it was reacted to as if it was illegal and very underhanded.
Did you catch when, like, see when they were going into the cage fence? Did you catch the Chicago fans going, "We want blood, we want blood"?
Yeah, they should have given them blood. That would have made it a mega twisty.
Oh yeah.
Arn and Brian Pillman. This is Eddie Jackie and Todd Morton on Saturday night, on the 14th of October. A very nice extended squashy with a plucky performance from the Job Boys, including, of course,
Ewan's legend.
Ewan's legend, exactly what I wrote down. Todd Morton, who absolutely just looks like Ricky Morton in this one. It's like, oh yeah, that's why he's got that name. Okay. Luger and Sting versus the Barrier Brothers, Saturday night, 14th of October. Luger and Sting are such a fucking awesome team.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Barrier Brothers are really good, get a decent amount in, but when Luger ramps up and just runs through them, it's so cool.
Yeah, yeah. Like we saw quite a bit of Luger as a heel. Now we get to see him as babyface, and he can do it all.
Yep. Time for another mega twisty.
Mega twisty.
Benoit. This is Eddie Guerrero. Holy shit, it feels so good to enter the crippler zone. Just, really intense match this. Benoit hits this, like, really grotesque powerbomb. Where he basically, it's almost like he's doing a frog splash at the same time. He's just to land full force on him as well.
Like, literally, he puts Eddie's head between his legs, and we're going like, "Oh no!" And then he does like, "Oh," you know.
Yeah, it's like a powerbomb driver.
Yeah,
it's insane. God bless that man, wherever he may be right now.
He's a killer.
On and Pillman, this is Flair and Sting. Nitro, 16th of October. A preview of Halloween Havoc that's pretty electric. Sting comes out late for some reason that wasn't really explained. But he clears house with an all-timer hot tag.
Yo.
That leads to On and Pillman being counted out.
He said, "Fuck this.
You fuck. You can't even get back in the ring in 10 seconds.
Yeah, very dishonorable.
Then I've got Eddie Guerrero versus Stricker. Also known as Alex Wright.
Alex Wright.
Saturday night, the 21st of October. Yeah, it's just a nice little work ratey twisty that ends with a 6.5 minute time limit draw.
Yeah. I mean, like, you got to hand it to the worldwide crowd, because they didn't have their stopwatches out when Dave Pender's like, 1 minute remaining. Then they start like counting down. They're into it, I guess. So that's
yeah,
nice.
yeah. And then Alex Wright versus Dave Dalton, worldwide, 21st of October. Stricker just really cooked in the squashy. Don't know what to tell you. The crowd love him. Dalton, the jobber, seemed pretty good. Don't know if you particularly remember that one, but
Yeah, not particularly.
I was like, sign him up, Turner. No, it just seemed pretty slick with what he was doing. And I got the Blue Bloods, this is the American males, worldwide, 21st of October. And as a proud American, it was cathartic to see them damn hoity-toity British people get what's coming to them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's nobody who's more fun to watch be like overwhelmed and flabbergasted in a match than Regal.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, the crowd's really hot for that one. And I've got Kurasawa versus Randy Savage. Nitro, 23rd of October. It's good to see Kurasawa in something a little bit more substantial. I did enjoy all of his squashies, but they're pretty much the same. Savage is very giving in this match until some... There was a couple of Savage matches where I think they had one versus Bunkhouse Buck, where he just takes offense the whole match, and then there's like one counter, and he does the elbow drop and wins. There was a little bit more back and forth in this, which led to it being a twisty, I would say. But yeah, some key cut-offs lead to the big elbow drop and the win for Savage, obviously. And the best of these turning points was when Kurasawa just kicked the fuck out of the ring post.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was good.
It's nerdy.
And then my final twisty is Eddie Guerrero and Mr. Joel. That's Jerry Lynn, by the way, just in case you didn't know. Against Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko. Very fun, athletic match. Eddie and Benoit quickly becoming like the reliable fixtures on the TV as the groundwork for the cruiserweight division is laid out. Everyone went pretty hard. But the heavyweights are also fighting, so that's good.
I wasn't caring about this match, but then a tiny little shark appeared on my screen, and I'm like, oh man, that guy's big. I should tune in more.
Yeah, and that was my twisty listy.
Alright. So my twisty listy, I have split this into A and B, so I'll go A first and B second. So my first twisty is the aforementioned Harlem Heat versus American Males from the 18th of September on Nitro. Like I was explaining earlier, like this is just a short-term like adrenaline injection of like, whoa, you never know what's going to happen, and by God, it worked on me. I was like, whoa! And so I liked that match quite a bit. And then we also like it. You know, like Harlem Heat do have really good offense, and like the American Males though, like they didn't grab me as much over the course of this. They do have like good babyface energy. They're able to work off of guys like Harlem Heat quite well, and it's a very sort of like shocking finish that worked really well for me.
I think from watching the stuff, I really miss baby faces who are just like, yeah, come on, baby. You know what I mean? like that classic energy. It's like considered. It's considered too passé to do it now, but
yeah.
Hey, I like it, man.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I like white meat.
Chicken.
I'm 1995 American. I love fried chicken. And then we have Kurasawa versus Sergeant Craig Pittman from Nitro, 25th of September. Obviously, Craig Pittman won this match by defeating the Cobra, and this is a battle of the arm submissions because Pittman has the Code Red, the cross arm breaker, and Kurasawa has the Kurasawa Crunch, which is the Fujiwara armbar, but don't tell anyone that. And I think that this is a very good meeting of the minds here, and as we'll get to, Sergeant Craig Pittman, an interesting wrestler to watch, and Kurasawa bounces well off of him, and eventually overcomes the Code Red and wins with his arm submission. For good for him. I liked it. And then on to Saturday night, my first Saturday night twisty, Arn Anderson versus Mark Starr. Mark Starr, as we all know, the Pro Wrestling Fujiwara Gumi legend, Mark Ashford Smith. And so they had a big shoot style fight here. And Arn Anderson puts him away quite soundly. And then that same night is when we have Brian Pillman versus Sting. I think Pillman is the first guy I've seen who tries to take a powder to the back in the mothership. So like he gets bamboozled by Sting, overwhelms, and then he goes away, and he like goes up to the mothership door that opens up with a smoke, and he goes like, "Let me out!" And so that was quite novel to see that, and yeah, like a really wonderful match. Like this is before Sting explicitly enters the storyline, but it definitely like heightens the tension between those two and really shows off the great chemistry that Pillman has, like as a heel against a big babyface like that. He absolutely hangs in there very capably. And then we have Lex Luger versus Randy Savage from the October 2nd Nitro. this felt like the biggest match I've ever seen in my life when it was happening. Like, they did a wonderful job of building this, and, you know, moments like, you know, the lockup at the beginning or the backslide that you mentioned, they felt absolute, like, you like, people talk about, you know, the main event stuff, like the superstars and all the stuff like that. They really embodied that, you know. And it wasn't just things like, oh, they're not doing the freaking work rate. No, they made you not care about that. They made you just think like, whoa, I'm seeing the big time here. This is where the big boys play and stuff, right? And you know, then like it gets freaking tainted because of the Giant. But you know, it was a great match. Aside from that dishonorable finish. And then from that same episode, Guerrero versus Malenko, as we mentioned. Like, you know, it really does feel like just like you know, when you think of wrestling booking as like nothing just happens without a reason. There's always like, they might be say like, okay, here's just a match, but the match is always trying to communicate something. And Guerrero versus Malenko felt like a very important thing where, you know, they'd built it up on Saturday night. Like they'd had like sit down interviews of both of them saying like, I come from this family, I've been around these places, but WCW's where it's at. And, you know, this really feels like a mission statement of WCW as this place which embraces the wrestling around it, while also parading itself as the best. And Guerrero and Malenko, like, yeah, just like going at it, having this thing where the tension gets heightened, but they're not slugging it out, they're just fucking wrestling it out. And then eventually Guerrero just wins out. Dean Malenko, he's pissed, but he goes up and says, you got lucky. Give me a rematch. Code of honor. It's like, oh man, that's what this great sport is about. And then we also have the Ric Flair versus Arn Anderson main event, which, again, like as you said, like it's a very fun experiment. Ric Flair in this time as a babyface, just like in the I don't know if mid card being the thing, but not in the title picture. You know, he's just existing as is without the championship, and he's just having these TV matches as a babyface against Arn Anderson, and he does very well. It is funny, like he does still peg off a bit as a babyface, but he can't help it. And Arn, does really well, has like a great gravitas to him. You know, that's the story of Arn Anderson always. It's like he is like a guy who stooges like fuck all the time, can look so goofy, but like he always like brings it back because he just has that charisma about him, and he can make anything look deadly serious as he did here. And then Eddie versus Dean's Saturday night rematch. I have this on here as well. As you said, like you know, it's a longer one, and I'd say like there are some times over this block where it feels like the runtime of say Nitro does sort of like impede on a match where you'd want it to be longer, but there is also some times where like you know, the longer iterations of it are a bit lesser, but like even if this is the case here, like it's still a really good match. I love when like they have a thing where like they just spill to the outside on like a suplex, and then like Eddie like does a big dive, and then he just like injures his knee again, and the whole time Alex Wright is looking on because he is interested in the competition, you know. So that's nice. Yeah.
He's watching because he wants to get the exact time right for cage match.
He's looking out for any trolls in the crowd.
You seem like tribalists. Get out.
You are going to try and rate this under 24 hours after the show? I ban you. And so then we go to the October 9th night show, which opened up with Sting defending the US title against Shark. And wow.
Oh yeah, I almost put this on. It's just the feeling of wanting a little bit more from it. Like,
sure, yeah, like
it's so sick, but it's like 4 seconds.
Yeah, they get in there, And
maybe that's my inextricable waters. We've all got a little bit of it.
But yeah, I can't fault someone wanting a bit more, but like just like, because I remember like so the October 2nd Nitro, it ends and they're going like, here's what's up next week, and like literally everything they show, I'm like, yes, and one of those was Sting versus Shark. I was like, oh my fucking god, I'm so excited. And then, the match happens and it's like 10 seconds of excitement. Fucking Sting, he goes and hits the Stinger Splash and the Shark fucking leaps into the air. Oh my god. And then he gets cross-bodied. It's the best, He's the man called Sting. And then to add to that same Nitro has the Sabu versus Jerry List. Mr. Joel. And this is an incredible atmosphere because, before smarky crowds, or even just bizarro crowds that are singing and stuff became popular, it felt like some underground guerrilla shit to hear the crowd be like, yeah, we know Sabu and we like him more than Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, there's a fuck Hogan chant. Fuck Hogan. Hogan sucks, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sabu is in WCW, I find him to be such a great fit, and just this whole thing of all these fucking moves they do, like the dives, all the abandon, and they just keep going and going and going. And to think about that in this sort of time period coming along feels like such a breath of fresh air. Not to say that the air that was previous to there was dirty necessarily, but just this is something different. It's that's exactly what Eric Bischoff ended up doing. Just be like, I gotta shake this shit up somehow, and they do it very well. And then I have down here from Saturday Night's Todd Moore and Eddie Jackie against the Horsemen, because this is when Brian Pillman starts flashing those 4 fingers. And yeah, as you said, it's a wonderful extended squashy. I think that's the true thing about putting squash matches in these sort of esteemed lists, is that so many of these guys they live and die by how they feed into baby faces. So the true art becomes, how do you do that when your opponent is a Joe Schmo who's not signed and will not be being used? Well, you just give him a teensy little bit, and then you know how to exactly cut them off. And I think stuff what I love is when Brian Pillman, he gets punched and he's fallen back, and then he drop toe holds you sneakily so he can tag in Arn Anderson. That is so cool, just wonderful tag team wrestling that I wish we had many more years of. And then we have Eddie Guerrero versus Da Crippler. A disgusting match where, as I said, Eddie versus Dean, they go hard, but they do not go crazy. Chris Benoit was fucking crazy. You think of the criticism you hear of Benoit now as a worker, where it's he did not stop to sell, or this and that. And it's very true, he's not stopping to sell, and it works very well. Because Eddie is selling incredibly. He is fucked up by Chris Benoit, and he's having such a hard time with it. Meanwhile, this fucking psychopath just keeps spinning the powerbomb and stuff. It's really good. And then, the spectacular psychology. Oh, he hit him with the bad arm, so now Dragon Suplex. I give this a 8.0 on my cage match. Then we go to next week's Nitro, which has Savage versus Kurasawa. As you said, it's a match where Savage sells a whole lot, and he is really good at it. I think one thing you could say about a good few wrestlers in WCW at this time who lose a lot is they really do go out of their way to make them not seem weak in defeat, where they are outsmarted, or they get a lucky shot in, beats them, because yeah, Savage really does have to kind of outlast Kurasawa and find the gaps. Like he has like the Kurasawa kicks the post, as you said, and he like gets him on the ropes to stun him, then doofs him, and then gets the elbow. I've definitely read someone sort of like have the complaint you had about the Bunkhouse Buck match about this match, where like, oh, he just hit a clothesline and won. What the fuck? But I think
I think watching that after the Bunkhouse Bunk match, I was like, oh, a couple of little comebacks before the big one. Nice.
Yeah.
That's enough for me.
He's figuring it out. He tested it on Bunkhouse Buck. The real deal's Hunma Nabu Nakanishi. And then we have Eddie and Joel versus Benoit and Malenko. As we said, the cruiserweights are truly blossoming into the stalwart of WCW TV they'd become, where it's just wonderful work. Benoit and Malenko are an interesting team together. I'm thinking about there's that spot where like Benoit is gonna arm drag Malenko onto Eddie, but then Eddie moves, and so Malenko just immediately flips out of it and lands on his feet and is like, okay. Which was interesting. And yeah, by this point Alex Wright is fucking injured. He hurted his knee, and so Benoit and Malenko, they don't cheat. They might like play sort of rough, but they don't cheat. And then Alex Wright is like, I will hit you with my crotch, and Benoit's like, what the fuck? And then he gets pinned. So and that's a bit dubious morally, I believe, but WCW, it's a place of grey, place of grey morality. And then my final match before I get to my B shows is Lex Luger versus the Shark from Saturday Night. And I like this match in the same way that I like a very sad movie, because due to the Lex Luger and his thing with the Dungeon of Doom, Kevin Sullivan doesn't give a fuck about the Shark anymore. And so like there's a couple of points where like the Shark takes a predator outside and he goes to Kevin Sullivan like, can you believe this guy? And Kevin Sullivan just walks away from him. And then later on he throws Lex Luger out, does the Shark, and he starts distracting the referee, and Kevin Sullivan is not beating him up, he's telling him get in the ring, and Shark looks over, it's like, oh, why? And I was so sad. Why would you break John Tender's heart like this? And that was a very emotionally compelling point for me, so I had to put it on my Twisty listy. And then in the B shows, we start off with Hacksaw Jim Duggan versus Mike Corey from 23rd of September on the Pro. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, he just fucks Mike Corey right up, just goes ho, and then doesn't sell for him and bumps him around and tapey da fist, and oh, he's out of here. It's wonderful. It's all I want. And then as you said, the Horsemen versus the Andersons from the 24th worldwide. The Andersons, like they have building.
You mean the Armstrongs?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Armstrongs. Sorry, yeah. The Armstrongs have like this great understanding of how to be fiery baby faces when they're a jobber. Much like how the heels have some understanding of how to give them the slightest bit of shine. They know exactly how to make the most of that shine to get like the crowd actually invested. And yeah, it's a wonderful little TV match. And then on the Prime, 25th of September, we've got Sabu versus Harry Newbaker. And there's a bit where Sabu is like, he's gonna do a dive to the outside, and the ref is like, don't you do it, Sabu, you better not do that dive, Sabu. And the whole time Harry Newbaker is standing there like, oh. And then Sabu dives on him. It's great. Like this, so this is the first Sabu match in the block before the JL1, and like It's not in the Chicago environment, but I think even still, like, it has this vibe of just being like a really good debut. You know, they're talking up big, like, oh, he's been in fire matches in Japan, and it reminds me of like you know, like an AEW debut you'd see nowadays. You know, where like they just like bring a guy in and just like almost like run like a greatest hits of all his shit to make you think like, oh man, I hope he gets signed.
Yeah, but this was the only Sabu squashy, right?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a strange thing to see. Because like all of his spots are like designed to be in a match like sort of spaced apart, but he's just running through them all. It's quite funny.
Yeah,
and yeah, the bits where the commentary is like, take a look at this man's scars. Meanwhile, we're watching it in like grainy VHS tape, 240p quality, and I'm like, he looks the same as everyone else. I don't know if that came through better on the television in the pre-high def days, but you'd like to think so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe all the TV viewers, like, they didn't want to admit to themselves you need to go to Specsavers, so they're like, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And then on that same episode of Prime is Big Bubber versus Scott Armstrong. This is like a bit of an extended squashy where Scott Armstrong, like, he gets quite a lot. Like, you know, he like comes back on Big Bubba and, like, you know, like it almost knocks him down, but he just like gets caught in the Bubber Spike, which is the Boss Man Slam. And Big Bubba generally, like, you know, there's other matches that like were a bit too squashy to be listies, where, like, you know, he's just like, he feels like he's on fire. Like, I think people often think because, like, you know, he loses a lot of weight when he becomes a big boss man again, right? And so I guess maybe it sort of follows like, oh, he was uninspired in WCW. But no, he's like fucking going mental. He's doing all the boss man shit and going like, yeah, that's fucking right. I'll tell you what.
Is the pay-per-view where they do War Games match, is it the one before this one? Or the one after?
No, the one before this one, Fall Brawl, is September.
Yeah, they have a match. Bubba and Jim Duggan have a match on there, and they're like the only ones to really notice that there's two rings.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a Twisty match for me.
Nice. And yeah, I gotta watch Fall Brawl. There's another match I was thinking of, like that Pillman versus Bad match that I want to watch now.
Yeah, that was good too. Yeah.
And then there's Sting versus Robert, Earl of Eaton, from Pro 30th September. That's a thing to note, you know. This isn't the York Foundation where he's just Robert Eaton. He's the Earl of Eaton. He's not Bobby Eaton. That was just a fucked up amnesia thing, I guess. And then Regal found him. Was like, Earl, come over here. And I love this match because Regal as a second is absolutely perfect, because he tries to get involved in the match and he's talking Randy Anderson's ear off, and it's wonderful because he's pointing the finger at him, but then Randy Anderson gets out there and starts pointing at him, and Regal is terrified, absolutely horrified by the wrath incurred of Randy Anderson. And Randy Anderson says, "You are out of here," and Regal cannot fucking believe it. He will have Randy Anderson's job at the embassy when they hear about this. And then after that, like Sting and Bobby Eaton, two wonderful workers, have a great match that ends in a nice back suplex with the pin. And then we have Kurasawa versus Scott Armstrong on the 30th of September on Worldwide. A good sort of squashy for Kurasawa, which I think he got into a good sort of formula of just like like great offense, where he like really breaks the people that he faces, and I believe it's this one where, because after every match he goes into meditation, because the mysteries of the Japanese people are not for us to penetrate. He meditates in the ring for a whole commercial break, and then when we come back, here comes Meng, and Meng gets in the ring. Kurasawa stands up, and then Meng goes so, and then Kurasawa goes sa. They're both doing karate shit to each other, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, holy shit, this will be the best match ever. And then I look up on Cage Match, and this was to build up to them facing off in an untelevised house show during the G1 Tag League 1999.
I suppose there is a chance. I mean, okay, they didn't run the match.
No.
You never know with what's on the stuff that isn't on Cage Match on these shows.
That is
Probably
true.
not.
That is true. Yeah, like their collection.
They're
of
like,
prime.
how didn't they see that and think like, okay, we're going to do this next time?
Yeah, because they really aren't. The face-heel divide doesn't really influence the booking that much at this level. They could easily have run it.
4-minute crazy match.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'd have been great. And then that same episode, we've got Arn Anderson versus Sting, which is like the Pillman one, really good with the added thing of like Arn being such a experienced opponent of Sting, just like that perfect balance of being this like serious, the enforcer type, but also just like melting like putty in the Sting the babyface's hands, and then Pillman comes in and disrupts it, and I think like, wow, that was a great match. And another thing I thought that about was 7th of October on the Pro, Ric Flair versus Sergeant Craig Pittman, and this match here it was incredibly interesting to me to see like Pittman, like such a wrestler such as he is, being paired up with Ric Flair, who's often said to be like, oh, he could have the match with the broomstick. And he has a match with the Pittman here, where he really sells a lot for Pittman, makes him look quite capable. And there's two funny moments. There's like Pittman has the code red, the crossarm breaker. He's got like an arm lock on Ric Flair, like a rest hold, and like Dusty Rhodes is going, he should hook in the code red. He should do it right now. And then he lets go of the arm because we've got 3 minutes left. And then Dusty's just like, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have let go on the arm. I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, you probably shouldn't have. That was a bit silly. But then that leads to a point where Sergeant Craig Pittman is overwhelming Ric Flair. He's giving him the jumping headbutt, and Ric Flair goes to the outside and he grabs a chair. And I'm fairly certain that all of this would be post commentary. So this is if that is so, this is a case of pretend from Tony Schiavone, where he goes, hey, that's my chair, and then Randy Anderson calms Ric Flair down and grabs a chair, and Tony goes, oh, Randy Anderson got my chair, thanks Randy, and then Randy drops the chair and he goes, oh, didn't give it back to me. Well, anyway. And I thought that was pretty good. And then, as I say, Sergeant Craig Pittman is not bested by Ric Flair. He gets out of the figure four by raking the eyes a whole lot and pulling the hair, and then it's through not trickery in style, but just superior wrestling of like getting him in a pin that gets Ric Flair to win here. And it's a nice little match. Then we have Randy Savage versus Bunkhouse Buck. Then next week on Pro, October the 14th, Bunkhouse Buck, he looks like $1,000,000, what with his gloves and dirty shirt and stuff. What a bumpkin he is. And he works over Randy Savage very well, I'd say. There's a particular point where he just stomps right on Randy Savage's face that really appealed to me. And then, yeah, like as you say, like Savage, his comeback isn't like too much, but like it's enough for me where you know, like Bunkhouse Buck, he'd been going to that well too much. He did the neck breaker and it worked, so he tried the neck breaker again, and Savage blocks off the ropes. And you know, in this cutthroat environment, that's all the mistakes you can make before you get that elbow drop. So I was quite pleased as Peaches with that. And then I've got a squashy for you on 10:15 worldwide: the Horsemen versus Leroy Howard and Vern Henderson, where the main thing that got this put up for contention is there's a point where either Leroy or Vern is thrown to the outside, and you know, in these studio environments, the ring is on like this platform that like looks like a very solid sort of like plastic or sort of like stone material, and they get thrown to the outside and they make a disgusting splat. Like, just like sounds that would concern me if I was the guy who threw them to the outside. Like, oh no, I have killed them. Very sad. And yeah, then the Horsemen make short work of them after having killed one of them. And then we've got Big Bubber versus David Sullivan on the October 15th worldwide. So, you know, like a thing that I think got me to put this on here even before the bell sounded was the recap they did where Big Bubber and Dave Sullivan were facing off. But where was Ralph the Rabbit? He lost him. Dave lost Ralph the Rabbit. Where is he? And he's so sad without it, you know, because Ralph gives him a lot of motivation. So there was Big Bubber giving him the Bubba Spike, and he was about to win. 1, 2, and then, holy shit, it's Ralph the Rabbit jumping into frame. Because what is this? It's Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He found the rabbit and fucking vaulted it into the ring. So that was a great storyline to build up this match, where Big Bubba, he's allergic to rabbits, you know? So Dave Sullivan, like, sure, Ralph Rabbit is safely contained in his little house by the ring, right? But Dave Sullivan, oh, that guy's gotta be covered in rabbit hairs and germs. So Big Bubba, and beating him up, is like fucking, he's like unbuttoning his shirt and scratching his sweaty fucking hairy chest and going like, achoo, and eventually he hits the Bubba Spike. 1, 2, he breaks out in hives. Oh no! Count out. And I thought this was wonderful, just wonderful. I want to be a Hulkamaniac. And then for my last two twisties, I got to give it up to the pre-show of Halloween Havoc, which was the 29th of October main event. First of all, Mr. Wonderful versus the Renegades. So Mr. Wonderful, as we mentioned, you know, he got his mirror broken and it absolutely crushed his spirit. So he comes out here doing the Virgin Walk, and I don't think this is an intentional thing, but like his theme music even starts fucking up too. Like it sounds like if you.
Oh yeah, that had to be a touching.
Yeah, like it sounds like if you put the song into virtual DJ and started putting it on like the beat grid. So it's like what and then the Renegades, his big specialty is he's the fucking ultimate warrior, so he does very quick match heat. And then Mr. Wonderful gets him and he hits him with a pile driver, and then the Renegade starts to get up, so Mr. Wonderful is like, okay, and does another pile driver and then wins. And I thought, wow, that was great. And then this is one that may be contentious, but I want to explain it. Craig Pittman versus Vicky Wall Street, my final twisty from this same episode of main event. So this is a rematch of a match that happened on main events, and I thought that match sucked. It was really listless and boring, but it needed to happen for this to happen, because you see, that match had Craig Pittman and Vicky Wall Street listlessly wrestling for like God, it's probably 7, but it felt like 10 minutes before Big Bubba comes out, tapes his fist, and punches Sergeant Craig Pittman so VK Wall Street can win. And so we have this match here where they're going a little bit more exciting. Craig Pittman is using he's fucking doing like the headbutt, and he's hitting the low key stance like, and it's exciting. And then I see Big Bubba. He's emerged again with his taped fist, and he hits Craig Pittman. I'm like, no! And it seems like VK Wall Street is about to win, but then Hacksaw Jim Duggan comes out, and he dips his fist and punches the VK Wall Street, and then Craig Pittman's arm goes there, and so he pins VK Wall Street, and I was like, yes! And when I do that to a wrestling match, I can't help but put on Twisty Listy. I'm sorry. So there we go. That is my Twisty Listy there.
But what was your match of the week or month?
Let's see.
Perhaps this is a new feature now.
Yeah, so let's see. Let me put my thinking cows on. I would have to say, I think Sabu versus Mr. JL on Nitro would be my match of the month, just because it just like more than any other match, like you're just watching it and there's just such a palpable sense of excitement, and then everything you do like sort of like backs up that excitement, you know, like just like they just fucking went out there and did some dangerous ass shit, and you went, ha ha ha, this is great.
Yeah, I'd probably have to go with Eddie Does as the Crippler.
Oh, that was your what match of the month?
Ma.
God, it reminds me so much of like I don't know if you've ever seen those like in the American South, like you do those like barnyard contests where like these like fat Southerners just go off and go like oink oink oink. Like Dusty loves that shit.
That was matches. Now time for wrestlies.
Wrestlies.
Shall we do the Job Boys first?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So I have an unordered list here. I didn't put them into a particular order. It's just the kind of most notable ones. You might want to pitch in with some based on maybe appearance, but these are people that you may know. Mm-hmm. So there's Chris Kanyon. How he's only a job boy is pretty crazy. He seems perfectly ready for more. Looks good. Yeah. Bumps super well. Then we got Chuck Williams, the well-respected worldwide Rockin' Rebel.
The Rockin' Rebel. There he is.
We see him twice. First of all, he's in a tag match against Arn and Pillman, where he starts off with a babyface clap that Pillman brutally mocks. Like, I'm clapping, I'm the babyface. Yeah, enjoyed that. Jumping Joey Maggs, the WCW Creature, number 1 or number 2, I don't know.
Oh, that's right! Oh,
yeah, he's on, he got a pay-per-view match last time. But you'll be pleased to know he's still a fucking loser. And there's this angle that they've started doing towards the last couple of weeks on the C shows, where Teddy Long likes to stare at him with a very plain expression, and then he shakes his head with disgust when he gets beat.
Because he's a loser.
And Larry Zbyszko on one of these episodes says, if Teddy Long is so smart, why is he looking at Joey Maggs? That's a solid point, maybe. Next I've got Manny Fernandez. There's just a jobber straight up called Manny Fernandez.
Yeah.
It's not the one that you know about.
It's not that guy. Nope, not that guy.
So what's the deal with that? Where's he got that name?
Yeah, maybe he just names that, and they're like, "Hey, can you change your name?" And he's like, "That's what my mama named me."
We got Rip Rogers, the Twitter genius,
Oh yeah,
beloved by all on the internet.
that was Lex Luger he was against, right?
Possibly, I don't know at this stage.
Yeah, I remember. I remember he did well to
Yeah,
make the most.
he's a funny looking guy. He's got the blonde curls.
Yeah, yeah. And soon he'll be in OVW.
Then we got Scott D'Amore, which is how they always pronounce it. The fat load.
Yeah, he shows up and he loves to sell.
Sergeant Buddy Lee Parker, the other sergeant on the WCW roster.
Yeah, State Patrol.
Yeah, and in a few years, he'll be making Louis Theroux puke. Terry Richards, Rhino.
Yeah,
Rhino wearing baby blue.
wasn't that a nice surprise?
A crazy sight. I think I've seen him in a couple of WWF squashes as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of these guys are just for hire jobbers for both of the promotions.
Then Todd Morton, of course, the Ilham's legend, and we get a good sense of who he actually is as a wrestler in the times that we see him. Bumps his ass off out there, takes a big chokeslam from the Giant as well.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, because that's when he faces the Taskmaster, isn't it? Where the Giant just comes out and chokeslams him, and then rolls him in.
Yeah,
that was really good.
Yeah. And that's all the job boys I got written down. Have you any that you would like to add?
Yeah, so my jobber list was I kind of embraced the vibes nature of this proposal, where at first it started off as just names that I really liked, and then some of them have a bit more substance to them. So I have Butch Long. His name is Butch Long. And then Mike Corey, the power lifter. Tim Horner.
To touch on Mike Corey, he seems like a crucial guy because whoever does the what would you call it when the names are at the bottom?
Oh, the chirons.
Graphics at the bottom. Yeah. Whoever does those misspells a lot.
Oh yeah.
So a guy with an interesting surname like that, crucial WCW jobber.
Yeah, they
his name will be spelled different every week.
They never know where to put the H ever.
H, yeah.
And then we also have Tony Vendetta. You remember Tony Vendetta?
Who did he face?
He faced Sting for the United States title.
Was there actually a title, man?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's this guy who has wrestled probably less than 10 matches, because I remember looking up his cage match. Raising the Power Plant, I believe, where he's a mob guy. He's Tony Vendetta. He's wearing a trilby hat with no shirt. And so Sting comes out and they raise the title belt for the title match, and Tony Vendetta grabs the belt and he's looking at it, oh hey, that's a good title belt. And then Sting takes offense to this and they get to scrapping. And then when people start chanting for Sting, Tony Vendetta doesn't like this at all, so he mimes that he's holding a shotgun. He goes and shoots them all.
Wow.
And it was really good. So Tony Vendetta, his in-ring career is basically ended this year, I guess, and started this year as well. But for the time he was here, it was really good. And then
he might be still going in the shindiest stuff going.
Yeah, that's very true.
The stuff that escapes Trigger's attention.
And then we have Scott D'Amore, as you mentioned. Here's my impression of Scott D'Amore in WCW job matches. He does that a lot in his matches. because he's really putting
Yeah,
over.
he was born
strength.
to be a manager that gets pwned.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have Harry Brubaker.
Good name, yeah.
The sweet little man. And as mentioned, Mark Starr. You know, like I mean, let's look at his cage match here. He's just fresh off of losing to Koji Kitao in PWFG, and then you know, before he stops off for World War III, he has to go to FMW to face Horace Boulder and Hisakatsu Oya and Hakata Starlanes. So you know, this guy's getting it on. You know, he's a truly international talent, and we see him here losing. And we love it. And then there's Johnny Drayton. He loses. And then another Johnny Schroringa. Who, you know, I
get
quite...
a bed run. Like on 8.
Oh, let me see, because I'm not sure. I think cause he was like, I'm pretty sure he would have been signed. So... Wait.
I'm thinking like 05 or something.
Let's see. Oh yeah, some Fed matches. Yeah, he was Johnny Parisi.
Yes.
Yes. And then he went.
Yeah, he was definitely actually signed, but he may have never made Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah. And then he was also in TNA as Johnny Schroringa. Yeah, that is my job boys list for this time.
Very nice. Now, time for my top 10 of guys who sometimes won.
Yup.
Number 10, I have Kurasawa.
Very nice.
He was mostly a squash merchant. A lot of them are quite interchangeable, but I was fond of his push. I really like the gimmick of just lingering ominously in the ring while the next guys are coming out for their match. And obviously, yeah, it led to that aforementioned confrontation with Meng. That was really, it set the imagination running on what they could have done.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I was fond of that. Number 9, I've got the Blue Bloods. Not a huge presence on these shows. I don't think they made a Nitro, but when they're on, it tends to be pretty damn twisty. 2 incredible wrestlers. Regal in a great sweet spot of being able to display like his sublime work and his comedy chops. Like a very nice balance of it all, I think. Because I tend to think in the Fed, he's either doing one or the other, right? Like he's either having a fucking 5-0 on Velocity with Benoit, or he's just in like a kind of nothing match where he gets buttocks exposed or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like WCW,
a nice balance there.
WCW offers you a reality where like before he gets his face set on by Vito's dress ass, he levels Vito with a European uppercut. Really good.
and yeah, that match would be a Twisty if he did that. So, and then Bobby Eaton, he's from Stoke-on-Trent, which WCW thinks is a posh place because Stoke-on-Trent has hyphens in the name.
We don't hear Bobby Eaton actually speak in this role, which is sad. I wanted to hear what his approximation of an English accent is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very good. Or he could just speak in his regular accent and be like, "Where I'm from in Stoke-on-Trent." That would be good too. Number 8, I've gone the Crippler, Chris Benoit.
Oh, very nice.
Along with Eddie, he kind of immediately sort of ups the standards upon his arrival. The reason I went with Benoit over Eddie, even though Eddie was there sooner and had a little bit more material in the month of stuff that we watched, is because Eddie is still a while away from like the Eddie that we truly know and love. Like the charisma and the lovability is not quite realized yet. Well, Benoit is pretty much exactly what you want to see when you put on a Benoit match. Like it's 100% there.
Yeah, sure, right.
Number 7, I've got Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, the theme is absolutely perfect. I love how people react to it. He plays the gimmick marvelously, and then him breaking the mirror and his short-term and long-term reactions to this are very funny.
Yeah, it was the perfect progression to that.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that he probably peters off TV after what we watched.
Yeah,
I don't know where they take him from there.
I think his last match is at the end of '96, I believe. So yeah, not too long left.
Yeah, he's a vet that we appreciate him. Number 6, I've got the Armstrongs. A surprise entry to me, but they were just really good. The crowd on those like worldwide and Saturday night tapings really loved them, despite an underwhelming win-loss record.
Yeah.
Number 5, I've gone for the Macho Man.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I've touched on that he's still in great shape. Still same old Macho Man on the mic. And Vincey did in fact fumble.
Yeah, like obviously I'll speak about it in a bit, but like to think about Macho Man on commentary on Raw, which is fun, but then like it's coming at the expense of like you could have had more of this on your TV, on your pay-per-views. It's like it's no contest, you know?
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense given like how we know like the business side of things was in the Fed. The only thing I can think of is that long withstanding rumor about why he left, but I won't touch on that because I've got
yeah. God, it's been a few years since I thought about that.
Yeah. Number 4, the Stud Stable. Yeah, these are just the perfect low card heel team. I was especially fond of Bunkhouse Buck. You ever seen him versus Dustin Rhodes? I think in '94.
Oh, I don't think I have. No.
That's a pay-per-view match. I think it might be called like a Bunkhouse match or maybe Bull Road. I think they had a couple, but yeah, they're very good matches.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And Dick Slater, we got to look at him doing the Puerto Rico stuff.
Yeah.
Good to see him.
I love his wolf shirts.
Yeah.
Wonderful look.
Number 3, the Nature Boy. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, I mean he's booked a lot better here than he is on Shut Your Mouth.
Yeah, definitely. On Shut Your Mouth, I couldn't wait for him to fucking leave. Here, though, I was very fond. Like, doing the face stuff. Observing how little that he had to change, and it just works somehow.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Number 2, I've gone with Arn and Brian Pillman.
Ooh.
Arn in yet another magnificent tag team. In '91, we saw him with Larry Zbyszko. They were amazing. And this team was similarly amazing, I would say. Pillman's coming into his own at an astonishing rate. And like, Pillman's always one of those guys, like, obviously having gotten into wrestling long after Pillman's life had already ended.
Mm-hmm.
You hear so much about him that it's not always immediately apparent.
Yeah.
Depending on what you watch from him. But here I got it 100%.
Yeah.
He can still wrestle and it's a great balance because he can still wrestle as good as he did in 1991.
Yeah.
But the character stuff's just adding another layer to that.
I mean, it's like a more drastic case of Steve Austin, you know, where like Steve Austin has a terrible injury, that like limits his ring style. He makes that work though, but you know, you go back and look, and it's like, oh, he had all of that plus the work rate. Oh my god, what could have been? And you know, unfortunately, Brian Pillman did not have that luxury of being able to really reinvent himself after his big injury.
Yeah, it's a pity. And then number 1, I got Stern.
Nice.
Stern. He's the fucking man. He gets the most unanimous babyface support of everyone. He's working hard, main eventing countless B shows and C shows with matches that are usually very twisty. Hulk Hogan, take note. 5.
Yeah, Sting shows up on time. What a concept.
Yeah. He's also one of the best hot tags ever. And he carries a lot of pretty samey segments with Ric Flair by just being really great at saying things emphatically. Like that one where he's like, "It's a big no!" So great. So great.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. So, my top 10 is radically different.
Oh, wow.
Number 10, Sergeant Craig Pittman. So,
well, as we know, if you want mat work, then you go to Sergeant Craig Pittman.
So, as I've told you, I think Sergeant Craig Pittman is truly an outsider artist of a pro wrestler. This man is not really well grasped the teachings of the power plant. His moving and coordination is fucked up. But there is something strangely compelling about seeing this man. He comes in, big old ripped and stuff, and he goes like, "You maggots, be prepared, I will destroy you." And I cannot take my eyes off of this sergeant. And his his moves, he's got the running headbutts, and he's got the code red. He also can do the armbar where you just try and pull.
The code red is not the amazing red move, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's just an armbar, and then sometimes like I remember there was one time where he does the type of armbar where like you don't hyperextend the elbow, you just try and pull the arm off like it's 1973. And Tony Schiavone goes like, "Oh, there's the code red," and I'm like, "That's not the code red." And
I did like that thing that he does where he's like a soldier crawling through the bushes, stalking his prey.
Yeah, like him and Cobra, they can get cutesy with it in a nice way, like just really embracing the silliness of the gimmick. But yeah, and sort of like I was alluding to when I was talking about the Flair match, like he is one of those guys where like I mean, I guess he could do a better job of protecting him because he does look quite untrained. But they do a good job of protecting like the mystique of him. Like he's shown to be capable, and it's just like the thing of like experience and whatnot that leads to his downfall instead of like, oh, he's a fucking job boy, he gets beat up, you know, which I appreciate. Number 9 is the Giant, the debuting Giant who has no matches because he is Giant, and he chokeslammed at people, and who is this guy? Andre's son? Oh my god, I don't know. And I really love how the Giant is like, as we'll get to in his actual match, like there's still some stuff to work out in terms of his wrestling ability, but like in terms of just being like a presence, he's already there, I feel like. And whenever he gets in front of the people, they are wowed by him, and he just like milks it, like the segments where he just like comes out and he fucking chokeslams like 5 guys. It is so exciting, and I think that's one of the things that like holds up the sort of Dungeon of Doom stuff. It's like wow, this is like a true Giant, and he's fucking athletic. He's not like destroyed already by gigantism. He can do a freaking boot and stuff. It's just like it's very captivating to watch. And then my number 8 is Kurasawa. I really like seeing him here, and I like seeing his matches even more. Like he's got a great move set that's like it's great for squashes, but it's also like stuff you don't usually see all that much. Like I love his water wheel drop, where you get a guy up, get his hand, and then you just drop him down. It also looks really good. Got great kicks, and he also just does really good at like the Oriental heel, just like going for sha. I loved there was that one interview they did on, I think, a Worldwide, where Mean Gene is with him and Colonel Parker, and Mean Gene goes like, I remember this man from 1992 Summer Olympics in Barcelona. Meanwhile, he's going like, it's a great contrast. And my number 7 is Lex Luger, the total package. Lex on the scene. I think there's a bit of it here as the months go on. Like he portrays, I think, one of the better goes at a morally grey character, where usually you see a guy who is friends with a babyface and turned heel, and then it's just sort of like, oh, I turn on this guy and now I'm full heel. But they actually had to go at having it be a conflict. They're like, oh, Lex Luger is friends with Sting. So that's mainly later on. But here we still get the thing of this central conflict of the feud going into this is that Lex Luger, where is he coming from, man? Is he with Dungeon of Doom? I don't know, and I'm very mad about it. And so I think he does well to bounce off of guys like Savage and Sting as well. And as you said, this was absolutely what he needed to do at this point in his career. The people still go crazy for him, and he is great at having these, he gets slotted into these big time opportunities, and he absolutely makes the most of it. And I love the torture rack. I only wish this was at the point where he was really doing the arms thing, because we only got a bit of that in '98, didn't get any of it in '91, and not here in '95, so I was a bit sad about that. Number 6.
With Luger, it's like I was saying about films. Depending on what you watch first, it's you might not get it. And I saw him in the Fed first. And I don't know about that stuff. Yeah, he needs World Championship Wrestling.
Yeah.
It's so much of it. It's almost night and day.
Oh yeah, I could absolutely get that, because I've liked what I've seen in Luger and WWF well enough. I've seen him against Tatanka, but it's he doesn't look like a big deal. He just doesn't. He's not booked well, and his work suffers from not even being
the American
bad.
thing's very transparent.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. I was hearing from someone I know recently, and they were talking about how oh, is that when he had when they're pretending he had the steel in his forearm, and I was like, well, that was actual steel in his forearm. That actually happened. Otherwise, he'd have debuted at WrestleMania 8, But anyway, glad he's here. Where the big boys play. I want to be where the big boys play. He says that a lot. And number 6 is Nature Boy Ric Flair. As we'll get to, the storyline that he and the Horsemen and Sting are involved in, on paper, it should be the flimsiest thing ever. But due to the performances of everyone, it is heightened to something so far greater than its base ingredients, in my opinion. And as you said, Sting and Flair, they do so well together at the will they won't they thing, and Flair does incredibly at the face performances. It's a thing where he is nominally a babyface because he's aligned against Arn Anderson, and accepts the cheers of the crowd. But then when the crowd's no, Sting, don't do it, he goes, shut up, and it's wonderful.
The segment where he gets children in Sting face paint as well. Listen to the little stingers.
You can say no to me, but can you say no to the little stingers? Yeah,
and that's the one that gets Sting.
Yeah, because he he can't say no. Like, he's gonna look like an asshole in front of the stingers. And then my number 5 is Eddie Guerrero. So it was interesting because I disagree with you. I was thinking, watching Eddie Guerrero here, because, like, you know, I'd had the perception of him as, like, him needing to have the heel turn in 96, I think it's 97, yeah, 97, to really become Eddie Guerrero. But, like, watching him here as a babyface, I was thinking, like, wow, he's there already, you know? Like, it may not be manifesting in the big machismo thing, but I was thinking, like, you know, it's all there, you know? And I think even as a babyface, like, he was really impressing me just with, like, you know, how much personality he had, and obviously the work there with guys like Benoit and Malenko was really good. Yeah, I rated him quite highly. Number 5, in fact. Then number 4, Brian Pillman. Again, like, it's one of those things where, like, the absolute second I saw him come out against Flair on that first Nitro, I was like, oh, this is the guy they always told me about. This is the loose cannon. I get it, you know, because, like, I think for a lot of people, the thing you point to with Brian Pillman is loose cannon, right? It's like, oh, him going on to ECW and being like, fuck WCW, I love the Republican Party. And it's like, okay, you know. But this here, oh wow, you can just, like, immediately feel that he's, like, different from everyone else. Like, there's something about him. Like, even before any sort of, like, shit he does in the actual product, like, there's just, like, this craziness in his eyes, and then it influences his work so well. And, like, it feels like Naito-esque in the thing of, like, you know, like, Brian Pillman's theme is, like, this fucking generic thing of, like, I like them California girls, I like them freaking food, California girls, and, like, it's the most unfitting theme for the loose cannon ever, but he makes it work by just not changing it, you know, just like Naito does with his babyface theme. And, like, yeah, generally Pillman is an absolute joy to watch, and yeah, great part of the show. And number 3 is the Macho Man Randy Savage. As we said, like, Vince fumbled the shit out of this by not letting him wrestle, and instead being like, I will book Mabel to be the main event. And yeah, like, I think, as you said, like, everything at his move is money. Like, he's an incredible promo, has such a great intensity, like, off the cuff sort of style, and then, like, the matches we get, he still has a real mastery of how to construct a match, and, like, you know, just, like, again, I can't go over, like, how well that Sabu versus Luger TV match went. Like, you know, they gave it the exact amount of builds, stakes, and then he just went there and, like, did a goddamn big time wrestling match for the TV, and I loved it. And I love his presence on WCW TV. I love his special WCW version of, like, the Pomp and Circumstance, where not only do you get him going, ooh yeah, but you also get a wee flip going before it kicks in. It's really charming. And number 2 is Sabu. I love Sabu. He comes onto the scene, fuck all this other shit. all this shit that I said I liked, fuck it, it's baby pussy shit compared to Sabu. He is so good, and he just has such a mastery of throwing himself the fuck about to get people to notice, to get people to care, and like, he's just such a mad cunt. I'm thinking about the finish to that JL match on Nitro where, like, he goes for a Frankensteiner off the top, he gets blocked, so he just fucking falls, like, on his head, and then he gets up and he points at this guy, does his taunt, and then catches him in a powerbomb. It was so cool. And yeah, I like, he, in this way of WCW being something that is like a cornucopia of wrestling styles, he fits so well in WCW by being such a contrast. And that was the main thought I had in seeing him in WCW, is like, he should have been here until 2001. Perhaps if he had been here, WCW would have lasted beyond 2001, and he would have still stayed there. Like, I don't know why he left in 1995, because he leaves like after the next Nitro, after this show. I've always heard, that story of like Paul Heyman fucking him out of WCW deal in 2000 because he's a terrible human being, but I don't know what causes him to leave here. And whatever it is, I wish it was not so, because I would have loved to see Sabu all this time in WCW. Like, really good fit, and would have done very well for himself. And my number one is Sting. The man called Sting. Like, he has, the best theme, he does this, he does that. And I think, like, there's so many people have said that Sting lacked charisma, and like, it's been, compared to Flair, compared to all that, like, can't carry a company with the charisma he has. He needs the backing of a Flair or whatever. And I just see this guy who has one of the most rounded personalities I've seen on a wrestling show like this. Because, like, there's for a guy who screams, goes, "Ow!" There's such like a humanity to him that always like helps give a legitimacy to his segments. Like, like I think of how as we'll get to, like, the Flair stuff, like, he at no point really goes like, "Okay, Ric Flair, I trust you." He gets his back put up against the wall and goes, "If you screw me, I'll fucking kill you."
Yeah.
And like, it's just something that, like, as I say, really heightens the thing beyond the obvious swerve, I think. And yeah, he really is one of the best. One thing I really appreciate about him is that every match he has a different finish, which I thought was really good. Savage kind of has this where, like, obviously everything ends in the elbow drop, but like, the thing that gets to the elbow drop is different. But Sting, I think, really has great instincts and habits to have, like, as I say, the Eaton match ends in the backdrop, the Shark ends in that crossbody. Like, you're just always kind of kept guessing in Sting matches where, like, you settle into this thing of like, "Oh, that was a really great move. Maybe that'll do it." And then you might be right, which I really appreciated. And like, like, all his matches were really good and great characters. So yeah, he's number one in WCW. So that means he should be the world champion, right? Not in this wacky world.
Yeah, just to expand on the Eddie thing momentarily, like, sure. I do think he's like fully there as like as a wrestler, but he's not like the arena capturing guy who beat Brock and feuded with JBL and shit that I grew up watching. Whereas I think Benoit is more or less the same guy that Raw won at WrestleMania 20.
yeah.
Yeah. There was more of a development with Eddie over time, I think.
Yeah.
Especially when you see that promo before he comes in for the Liger match.
Yeah, the sit-down interview.
He's speaking very plainly, which is not something that I'm used to from Eddie Guerrero. Obviously, I associate him with like the fiery persona, you know.
Yeah, guys, you know, one of the videos my dad showed me on YouTube was like top 10 wrestlers who took steroids. Yeah, I remember telling you about it, actually. Yeah. And one of them was obviously Eddie Guerrero, and a thing that I loved was like it showed just a second of it, a clip of it, but they just showed the that Rock promo where like his kids have a Rock poster up and he tears it down, and like they're like, "Papi, why'd you do that?" And then he turns around and shut up.
Yeah, that's all that stuff is still a few years away, but he's still amazing.
Yeah. I also thought there as well. Do you recall the tape glitch in one of the Nitros where I think it's after some match where the tape glitches and it becomes raw for a minute?
I downloaded the Nitros off XWT pretty early, so I thought I'd better just watch them that way.
Okay, right.
So I think I experienced them differently.
So on my one, like I'm having a great time watching Nitro, and then the tape glitches, and suddenly it's Vince McMahon going like, "Well, call in now to say whether O.J. Simpson is guilty or not." And then it fucking cuts to Hunter Hearst Helmsley versus Barry Horowitz, and I'm like, no, get me out of here.
Wow.
It was really scary.
Even as a new generation defender, that is not a good example of what to get.
Yeah, it was like it's the worst possible thing. It really radicalized me. I hate the WWE. I love Turner Broadcasting. But yeah, now we have.
I'm surprised that in all likelihood, you could have landed on the Billionaire Ted skits.
Yeah,
because they ran them every week on Raw and Superstars.
Yeah, and then I would have like, no, that's not true.
Hulkster isn't that old. You're exaggerating.
He does not have to use the assistance of a cane. That's not for another 20 years. Yeah,
we can begin the show.
So Halloween Havoc, it opens up with like this wonderful little video package. You see the haunted house on the hill with a gate that says HH on it, which means Halloween Havoc. And the guy says, "Motown's gone mad. 2 demons have emerged. The giant has a Jones for destruction." And then they open the gates of HH for Darkside Hogan, which we'll get into. And then they have these monster trucks here. So they have the actual monster trucks that they made, right? They're quite stylized. But for the promotional material, the literally took a monster truck and painted it green and said Giant, and painted one yellow and said Hulkstar. And so they take these PNGs of trucks and they're on this lawn and they're going like bumping against each other. It's pretty funny. And then the guy explains they will fight in monster trucks, and then they will then be hauntingly close when you see eye to ie in the fortress called the Ring. And then they have the big pyro and everything, and then they go, "Yep, the trucks are already here on this roof of Cobo Hall." And they go to the roof of Cobo Hall right next to Joe Louis Arena, and by gum, they actually are there. The Giant and Hogan are basically already having the monster truck fight. And then just like, oh well, okay, let's go back to him later. I mean, they could just shoot on each other. and kill the other right now, but they're trusting that they will abide by the rules of the monster truck rally.
Yeah, just rooming back and forth, and then you're just there to assume that they'll be like that for the next 2.5 hours until their segment is up.
I mean, like the hole in the ozone layer is actively opening as they're doing this. And then, oh my god, what is this? We are hearing from the back that Ric Flair has been attacked by the Horsemen. And Bobby Heenan goes, what do you think he was doing? Playing with some friends from Friends? And perhaps he did think that. And
Bart Simpson from the show The Simpsons.
And then Tony Schiavone says, by the way, I saw on the main event you were eating sushi. What the fuck is that about? And Bobby Heenan's like, don't worry about it. Actually, it's about Starrcade, our biggest show, but don't worry about it. And then we come to our first fucking match, which is for the TV title, and pits Johnny B. Bad versus DDP. And this match has like a nice little build. DDP, he is a heel here. He used to be a manager, but then he put in the work at the gym, and he's become a capable wrestler who is a scumbag. And he has Max Muscle and the Diamond Doll Kimberly, who he mistreats. And I really like Max Muscle because he's got a good look, and then like it'll literally be a thing of Mean Gene knowing that he's a man of few words goes, Max Muscle, it's a good day to be alive, isn't it? And he goes, absolutely. And so Johnny B. Bad had a clinic with Brian Pillman at Fall Brawl to earn a US title shot, and he's really looking forward to it. He respects the Stinger, and he wants to show that he can be a bad man who can win the US title. But then Saturday night comes. But where's Johnny B. Bads? Where the fuck is he? Oh, what kind of times do you call this? And then Sting will come out. He'll be like, what's going on? And Dave Prince will go, well, Johnny B. Bad isn't here, but this is a very important match, so we'll give him some more time. And, this goes on until eventually they're like, he's not coming here. And then, fucking Johnny B. Bad shows up at the end of the show, fucking throwing his travel bag down. He says, this is the worst day of my life. I had a flat tire. And, DDP comes along like, a flat tire, you stupid. And then the gig is up when Mean Gene asks Max Muscle for his comment on it, and he goes, yeah, it's hard to get here with 4 flat tires. And then Johnny B. Bad goes, how'd you know it's 4 flat tires? I said a flat tire. And then he punched a DDP, and the first few times they showed his ankle, you don't see it's because he just cut right away. But one time you show it where it sticks on the shot after he punches DDP, and he freeze frames like it's the credits of a Hong Kong film. Which is really good.
Mean Gene's like, what a punch!
Oh! Yeah, that's the thing about Mean Gene. Whenever he gets, he goes like, which is great. So Johnny B.
And then they were going to have a TV match, non-title.
Oh yeah,
that's right. It might have been for the title.
It was for the title, actually. Yeah.
But DDP kills Johnny with a belt shot, and then counts his own pin and sets off a confetti bomb.
Yeah. It was a despicable act, and the Diamond Doll can't believe it. DDP, he is the wrestler of the cage, so he has every move of his rated, and he has Diamond Doll pull up 10 when he does a good move, and Diamond Doll, she does it, but I don't think she always feels it's a 10 sometimes. Maybe sometimes she feels more like a 4.0 or 5.0, but DDP Max will ban her if she deviates from the average rating.
You damn tribalist.
And so we come to the show here. DDP coming out with a spooky spider on his chyron, and there's what do you think of the clip art they use of Halloween stuff on the chyrons here?
Yeah, some good stuff.
Yeah, I like the one that's like it's just like a bald potato head with one big eye. It's like, oh, that's so scary. And so here comes Johnny B. Bads, like coming out of his big cape that says Johnny B. Bads, and he's sure showing his back. Wait a minute, Johnny B. Bad gets him back for Nitro by having a fake Johnny. And
the old classic fake Johnny B. Bad trick.
And then he conks DDP right into Maximus on the outside. Some very nice crowd brawling to begin with, where like he just says.
Do you reckon the fake Johnny B. Bad was Joey Mags? That's what I'm thinking.
I was wondering who did fake, because there's not like the Rumble or Fremont where like it turns around and it's that damn Christian. No, it's just like
no.
Yeah. So they're in the crowds. DDP just getting rocked. He gets like punched, and he takes like a big forward roll over the fence. It's a very good bump, and then Johnny B. Bad grabs a bucket and puts the bucket on DDP, and Tony Schiavone goes, "Call him Bucketheads." I'm like, wow, that's great. And then like I think generally like between the ambush and all this, Johnny B. Bad does a great thing that I think some babyfaces can struggle with, where like the art of retribution, where like they like so often the babyfaces can just kind of like, I do it by the book, and it doesn't really feel that good because like you didn't give the healer just desserts. And I love when he's got DDP in an arm lock, and DDP's crying to the ref, "He's pulling my hair." So Johnny goes, "I pulled his hair like this," and he pulls the hair real bad, and it's great. And then the turning point comes when Bad goes up for a 10 punch, and then DDP lifts him up and then just flapjacks him right onto the pads. And Diamond Doll does not give a rating for this, even when prompted. And then there's a bump into the
rating not applicable.
Oh yeah, matches went less than 5 minutes. It's true. And then like a back suplex, and DDP urges her to get that 10 up there, and she doesn't agree with it. Tony says, but then Bobby Hughes like, "Who cares? Hold the card up, sweetheart." So some good chauvinism. And then there's the kneeling pile driver neutralizer type thing that DDP calls the pancake, which I quite like. And then like a lot of control of Johnny B. Bad's. Then he he's working out these chin locks and all that, and he gets this big backslide off, but then DDP cuts him right off with a nice clothesline. Then like some pin exchanges, and this like, so DDP goes for a boot, but then like it's not the sole of his boot that meets Bad. It's like he gets like caught by the calf, as if he was doing like a scissor kick or something like that, which looks nice. Just generally like it's obviously a point of the match where they acknowledge that the devious Diamond Dallas Page is a very good wrestler, but it's also just like nice to see how like he's got a while before he becomes who we know him as, but he has like all this effort in his matches, and like the skill and how to put them together. It makes me wonder if a match like this would have been subject to his sort of method that he becomes known for, of just like meticulously laying everything out.
Yeah, I was wondering like how early he started doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think the most notorious example of that is with Goldberg, and obviously some Goldberg naysayers were like, "Oh, he even managed to have a great match with Goldberg, etc."
Yeah. And yeah, him and Johnny B. Bad have a really good match. The thing I read about Johnny B. Bad versus Brian Pillman is that match was meant to be like supposedly a rib, where it was like, oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna fucking.
I think it was a 20-minute time limit or something.
Yeah. So it was like,
or very close to 20 minutes.
and so it was like, oh, Brian Pillman, you think you're so hot? We'll try and have a match with Johnny B. Bad, who we fucking hate, ha ha ha. And then you have a great match.
Yeah, classic rib of trying to sabotage the opener of your pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Really, if it went to plan, it'd be like a lot of people would be like, "Well, I'm not fucking ordering this next month."
Yeah, exactly. And so like Johnny B. Bad's Mark Merrow, like both iterations of this man's career, like I think he's quite underrated because he tries very hard, and I think he grew pretty fast into being a good wrestler. And this is another example of it here.
Yeah.
Then DDP, he's working him over again. He has like the max muscle leverage. Like he's doing a rest hold, and then he shakes hands with Max Muscle, and this means, oh, it hurts more. And then Max Muscle distracts the referee, and DDP chokes Johnny B. Bad with tape. And Bobby says, Johnny, don't choke. And Tony goes, not funny. Didn't laugh. And then Bad starts getting cooking, does a Manhattan drop, then an atomic drop, the punches of the Golden Glove boxer, and it's crazy. He follows up the punches with just flying head scissors, but it looked so good, and I was like, wow, what an athlete, like he just did it really well. And then he follows up with a double axe handle, and he looks at Diamond Doll, and she rates it a 10. Wow.
Yay.
You know what this is like? This is like when you remember when Dave Meltzer went to that PWD show, and like there was that match where like afterwards they were just all looking at him. Yeah, this is like that, except in a good future. And then like DDP gets back into it, but then the Diamond Cutter is blocked by the ropes, and then Johnny B. Bad goes for the 10 punches again. It gets countered the same way, but this time Bad avoids the flapjack instead. He gets him over the ropes, and DDP takes an ugly landing. Just sort of like, fucking landing on his back on the apron. Probably sucked. And then we have here one of the first ever, as far as I know, 2-part wrestling moves. Because we've got the Bad Mood. The first half of it, the Bad Day, is Johnny B. Bad diving over the ropes in a senton, and then the Bad Night, where he sends you back in and does a senton into the ring. So that has put away plenty of people on WCW Saturday Night, but DDP kicks out. That is the meaning of psychology. You build to the kick out. DDP kicks out of the Bad Mood. Holy shit! Joey Maggs didn't kick out. And then
yeah, Joe Maggs didn't kick out, and that's why he made him the fake.
At that point, he knew that he had found his protege. And then Johnny B. Bad goes for the Tutti Frutti, which I believe is his big knockout punch, and that's stopped by Max Muscle. I must say, Nick Patrick, the referee, gets very lax here because Max Muscle basically physically interacts with both Johnny B. Bad and Diamond Dallas Page here, and Nick Patrick just doesn't give a shit. So it's basically a whole lot of like false finishes of, DDP bumps into Max Muscle, gets rolled up, it's 2, and now Max Muscle's gonna get Johnny B. Bad, DDP gets hit by Max Muscle, oh no, and DDP does bump well off of like, Max Muscle like bops him, and he just like goes ass over a tea kettle in response to it, and then gets pinned. And Johnny B. Bad with a very triumphant victory to redeem his flat tire, and Diamond Doll is smiling over it. Bobby Heenan goes, "What are you showing the Irish for, Twisty?" So Yeah, I thought this was a very nice opener, and a good payoff into the story.
Yeah, Johnny B. Bad taking a bit more risks than we're used to seeing. Pretty heated matchup, and DDP getting a nice cathartic comeuppance. Very nice.
Yeah, definitely better than Johnny B. Bad versus Jimmy Garvin.
Yeah, not that that's anything to brag about, but yeah. Yeah, Johnny B. Bad, I've mostly seen, like, most of the matches that I would have seen from him would be squashes at this point. But, yeah, I would say with this and the Pillman match being the only real examples of him as, like, an actually good worker, I would stick up for him a bit, because I've seen people just say, like, oh man, he's the shit.
Yeah.
Like, he's fine.
Yeah, and like it brings me back to like Capital Carnage, where like he really does look like just like the biggest job of all time, and then Capital Carnage goes by, and like there's that one match where he's allowed to do things, and it's like, whoa, where's this guy been?
Yeah, I probably mentioned this on that show, but it's so weird how like Vince notoriously he saw him on WCW and he was like, I want that on my show. But you can't use the Johnny B. Bad name. That's a trademark of WCW. So let's instead have him act really plain. Let's not have him show off any like flamboyance or charisma like he was doing. Just a strange run from that one.
It's the Wild Man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he would get so into that if he was showing the charisma with old Vincent.
Oh dear. And then we go back to commentary where they decide to hype up the monster truck thing. They'll say the sentence, "We know Hogan can drive."
Of course, yes.
But we've never seen him in a truck.
I saw him beat a fucking Michael Schumacher.
And so a thing about this is that I don't think I think they mentioned that like the trucks will be grill to grill, but I don't think they specified before this that like they're grill to grill because they're welded together. So they go like, if one truck goes over the roof, then both of them do, and they will die. So yeah, really good stuff. And now at this point we get to the match I was looking forward to the most: Randy Savage versus the Ugandan giant Kamala.
Oh no! It's actually Beefcake Zodiac.
Fuck! Oh god! Oh.
And they just say that like Tony just says like, we had no idea why Kamala's not here.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's got to be acrimonious because Bobby goes like, I heard that he told Kevin Sullivan I'm scared of the Macho Man, and then Kevin Sullivan beat him up. So it's got to be something like that. And so like the sort of build up to this, I'm going to just fold this and the Lex thing into the same thing here.
Hold on one moment, because I just looked on Cage Match and Kamala's activity stops on the 7th of October 1995 for WCW. So fuck knows what actually happened there.
Yeah, because
and then he has one match in USWA and then doesn't wrestle again until the gimmick battle royale at WrestleMania 7.
Yeah, so here's a curious thing about that, because like, okay, because of the tape delay stuff, a wrestler who's on the outs can survive for quite a while on WCW, right? But they were having these Havoc control segments where they're saying Randy Savage versus Kamala, and they were having Randy Savage go, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be facing Kamala."
Yeah, they mentioned it on Nitro too.
So there must have been some sort of understanding that then broke down, and I'm just trying to figure out where it could have. You know, like at what
Yeah.
point in the timeline? But yeah, so like Randy Savage has been an ardent supporter against the malicious attacking the Dungeon of Doom, such as the Hulkamaniacs, among others. And you know, like there's a point where they're on freaking Baywatch or Thunder in Paradise. It's probably Thunder in Paradise. Where, you know, you go like, oh, the WCW guys were on the beach, and then it shows Randy Savage doing a bench press on the beach, and ladies are around going like, yeah, woo, do the lift, yeah. And then here comes Kevin Sullivan, who beats him up and tries to choke him with this big heavy weight. And he goes, let's see you do 5 more. Let's see you do 5 more. And then here comes Ric Flair to help him. And he goes, come on, devil. That's enough. Come on, devil. And the devil has lost it. And then, you know, the whole deal is that, like, before this, and like, just in the preceding pay-per-views, Macho and Flair had a feud where Ric Flair made it personal. He insulted his dad. And so, you know, Mean Gene gets Macho in the ring, and he brings this up. He goes like, oh, how about Ric Flair helping you there? And Macho goes, it's your boy Ric Flair. Thanks but no thanks. See you in the next lifetime. See you wouldn't want to be a don't even care. Dig it? And I'm like, wow, this is the greatest promo I've ever heard. And then he moves on to bigger things, like more pressing matters, such as Lex Luger. Lex Luger, as we mentioned, he came into WCW, and Randy Savage, he's a paranoid fuck. He doesn't know where Lex Luger's coming from. And so, you know, at Fall Brawl, since Vader decided to go and get fired, Lex Luger had to replace him in the Hulkamaniacs, the War Games team. And in that match, Lex Luger accidentally hit Macho Man. Or was it an accident? Macho Man disagrees. He thinks it was a cheap shot. And so he tells Hulk Hogan constructive criticism that he's a horrible judge of character. And then here comes Lex. And then they just have a great chemistry together, I think. You know, like you know, Lex just goes like, I'm here because this is where the big boys play again. And then Randy goes like, well, there's no bigger boy than Randy Savage. All we're missing is a bell. Ding, ding. And it's just electric, you know. It feels fucking great. And then that leads to the next Nitro, where, once again, it's a face-to-face. And they say, Lex says, what we're lacking here is respect. So how about a match right here next week? I like that. And then Lex goes, let's raise the stakes even higher. I will put my WCW career on the line. And Randy, like, in a sort of voice I've only really heard from his, like, pre-WWF stuff, he goes like, really? Are you sure? Which is great. And yeah, they get that booked for the next week. That is the Nitro match that we have talked up. And in that week, Randy is going up against the Taskmaster, and it goes to a DQ. He murks the Taskmaster and the Zodiac, and then here comes the Giant. The Giant chokeslams him, and then a bunch of guys run out to get chokeslammed as well. And then, oh my god, here comes Lex Luger. I guess this will be the referendum on it. Which side is he on? Is he going to help the Macho Man? Is he going to help the Dungeon of Doom? Well, actually, he chooses option C. He gets in the ring, he stands over Randy Savage, and then the Giant touches him and he goes, get off me. And so the Giant chokeslams him as well. And then from there, you know, he already had a match fucking scheduled against Meng. So Meng just runs out and he beats Lex Luger pretty handily because he's fucking beat up. And so now this leads into Lex versus Macho, which ends when the Macho Man is chokeslammed by the Stealthy Giant, where he just like comes in after a ref bump, comes back out, and then Lex just gets up and gets the torture wreck, and it's like he saves his career, but the tensions are still there. Nothing has been solved. So Sting decides, I will solve this. I will solve this right now with a brilliant solution. And his solution is, Macho Man, you are scheduled to face Kamala. Luger, you are scheduled to face Meng in a rematch at Halloween Havoc. If you both win your matches, then you can face each other at Halloween Havoc. And Randy Savage is like, yes, this is a great idea. And then Lex Luger's like, oh, I don't know. And then Sting goes, am I even talking to the total package? And Luger's like, okay, yes, you are talking to the total package. I will do it. And so like there's a wonderful bit on the Go Home Saturday night where Mean Gene lays all this out, and like Luger by the end of it goes like, okay, I know it sounds a bit confusing. So yes, this is a 2-match storyline that may lead to a third match if both guys win, but we don't know. Mm-hmm. We don't know.
But before we get into the match, can I just point out what I found on Kamala's cage match here?
Yes, of course.
It's a 30-minute Iron Man 8-man tag team match in the USWA in 1996. Brian Christopher, Kamala, and PG-13 defeat Doug Gilbert, Jesse James Armstrong, Robert Gibson, and Tracy Smothers in 17 minutes and 16 seconds.
Oh man, that's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, that sounds like a Twisty match.
So what were your thoughts on this rivalry between Lex and Macho? Do you think it developed well?
Yeah, I think that at this point, WCW is a babyface territory, basically.
Yeah.
The heels are like way below, and I think they did well in sort of doing sort of believable bickering between them, while still keeping investment despite it not being a traditional face heel dynamic. And then obviously Lex veers more and more towards the dark side, which we'll touch on later. But yeah, I was up for this for sure. Yeah. Especially after that great Nitro match they had, Randy and Lex.
Yeah, absolutely. Like big personalities just inevitably clashing. They did it really well.
Yes.
And so Randy Savage comes out after the Zodiac comes out, and Zodiac comes out to the Ultimo Dragon theme, as it would later become. And I'm like, okay, this is an on-schedule contest. Who the fuck is Zodiac going to be facing? Oh yeah, no, where Kamala? I was told this is Kamala. What the fuck? And I was starting to second guess, like, oh, maybe I just ran through all that later TV too fast. Maybe the control center said it. No, this was supposed to be Kamala, as Tony says.
It's Kamala the whole time.
Yeah,
because I knew what was on the card, so I was looking out for like, when are they going to say Zodiac?
Yeah, and then while I'm still grappling with this with shocking information, the Zodiac loses.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucking instantaneous win for Macho Man here. They're just like, right, we couldn't do what we had planned. Get this the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
The most notable thing about this match is that a fan gets in the ring.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so crazy.
Oh, another wannabe pretender.
I know, yeah. Like it's actually crazy to see, because like you see a guy come in and like the way WCW is, like maybe that's a guy, and then you quickly realize like, oh, he's not supposed to be here, and give him credit. They like did it pretty smoothly, where like they were just immediately like, get that punk out of here. Never mind him, the Macho Man and Zodiac. This is a big match.
Yeah, usually with wrestling that's at least 20 years old, when the fan gets the ring, you get to see them being pummeled endlessly.
Yeah. Here, like, trying to broadcast security.
They got him to the back, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I loved when there's, like, the big "way" from the crowd at this, and Heenan goes, "Listen to the ovation for Macho Man." Oh, man. And just think, do you know what Zodiac was doing 10 months before this?
10 months. No.
He was main eventing Starrcade.
What the fuck?
It was Hulk Hogan versus the Butcher. Beefcake.
Oh, Jesus.
I know, right?
Yeah, I've hardly seen any 94 WCW, but oh dear.
Yeah, it's quite something.
To be fair to old Beefy here, I did quite like him in this act. I thought anytime there was a Dungeon of Doom squash, I was quite up for it.
Yeah, it's a fun gimmick. Yeah. And soon he becomes a booty man.
Yeah, and then he becomes what was it? The guy who's in the NWO?
The Disciple.
The Disciple.
Yeah. He's part of the NWO and becomes part of the OWN.
And then he retires. That's my favourite bit of this.
And so we go to the back now in the locker room where Gene Okerlund is with Johnny B. Bad, who is, turns out, happy that he won the TV title. And then, they have like lore that you'd only understand if you're watching all of the shows, where before the US title match, Okerlund's like, "Oh, you'll have to buy me some dinner," and Johnny Bad's like, "Sure, I will." And then here, after he wins TV title, he's like, "Oh, let's go to that Greek restaurant and get some euros." And Bad's like, "I said I would buy you dinner, so I will." And it's wonderful. He says, like, I'm never going to quit WCW, but unfortunately they decide to book him to love Kimberly Page, so he's like, "No," and leaves. That's quite sad. And then we go on to Kurasawa versus Road Warrior Hawk. This all goes back to the August Clash of Champions, where it was Kurasawa and Meng versus Sting and Hawk. Where
oh wow, they did! I didn't even clock that they teamed.
Yeah. It was a nice thing. Like they say in a sit down magazine interview of Hawk, and I'm sure this is publicly available information. Otherwise, it's not exactly a scoop. But he just says that Animal had a spinal injury, so it'd take a while for him to get there. He gets there in '96.
That's where Animal is. I was wondering that.
Yeah, he's in bed. And so, Kurasawa gets pinned, but then immediately gets Hawk down, grabs his arm, and breaks it. And we have never seen someone manhandle Road Warrior Hawk like this. And then, Hawk makes his comeback on a worldwide by facing Rhino. And then he beats up Rhino, and then he goes, "I'm all better now." But that's nice. And then there's another worldwide, which is an interesting taping thing of Kurasawa beats up Scott Armstrong, and during this, Bobby goes, "I wonder if we'll ever see Hawk again after the arm breakage," and Tony goes, "We saw him last week," and Bobby's like, "Well, 100%. I mean," and you could convince me he just forgot that this was the order of these goddamn tapings.
Yeah, definitely. An interesting feud, because we never actually see them like face off until this pay-per-view. Yeah. Even though Hawk has squashies, Kurasawa has a lot of squashies, but they're just kept weirdly separate. Probably because it was taped like fucking 3 months ago.
Yeah. I mean, because like Hawk has a Nitro match. It's against Big Bubber, and it ends in count out when Disco Inferno distracts him. So it's not really related to anything he's actually doing.
Yeah. And obviously Hawk goes, "I'm all better now," acknowledging the injury angle. So yeah, why didn't they just like, you could do like a pretty cool like pull apart brawl or some shit with these guys. That'd be good.
You could have Kurasawa distract Hawk instead of Disco Inferno. You could just not have Disco Inferno on your television product.
Yeah, that's a great option. But I think even despite this, I think they built up the anticipation well. I was thinking like back to when I watched this stuff 2 years ago, and just the Nitros and the pay-per-view. And this one just seemed like something that they threw together because it wasn't really a factor in the Nitros.
Yeah.
But for this one, it's very apparent that eventually we're going to see them fucking throw down. That could be really good.
Yeah, they have strong messaging.
It was okay.
Yeah. One thing I like is so in the magazine interview, Hawk is like, I respect what Kurasawa did. He took his shot and he hurt me, and I respect that. I would do the same. And meanwhile, on the Havoc Control Center, he goes, "Well, I'm gonna tear off your eyelids and stick them on your lips, and I'll rip off body parts you don't even have. When I'm done with you, you're gonna be one big orifice. And and you won't even be able to speak, because I will tear out your larynx." So, two different sides of Hawk. And here comes Kurasawa and Colonel Rob Parker in like the My Bloody Valentine lighting. Very nice look. I like the sort of stance Colonel Parker takes, where he's going like, "All you people, Team USA, you're just making him mad because he hates the USA. Oh." This is very good. And then Hawk gets in, he's clubbing Kurasawa at the bell, shoulder breaking him down, just like really beating the shit out of him in a way we've never seen Kurasawa be manhandled before. And then he does a big power bomb, and Colonel Parker interjects, which leads to the judo chops from Kurasawa. But then Hawk does a big line over the top, and as Kurasawa and Colonel Parker are recovering on the outside, Hawk just murks him, Colonel Parker that is, with the clothesline, the Doomsday Device clothesline. And then they get back in the ring. Kurasawa does the water wheel drop, and then it's interesting because usually, like, if you get a guy up in a farmer's carry and fall back, I usually think of that as like a backflip or maybe a Samoan drop, but Tony Schiavone's terminology is the crucifix drop, which is interesting because I think of the crucifix as like the guy who is horizontal is doing the crucifix as opposed to the guy who's vertical. But Tony has turned it around. Anyway, Colonel Rob Parker cheats to win, and that's the match.
Main note on this is that, according to Heenan, Hawk's chops sound like a fat girl sitting on a beanbag.
Oh my.
So that's something he may be pulling from personal experience. Yeah, I did have the thought that even though I was invested in these two tying up finally, some actual physical interaction in the build might have had the crowd more excited to see this one, because they're pretty... they can take this or leave it, I think.
Yeah. And I'm thinking
very, very quick match. Yeah, a little bit underwhelmed.
Like, this has to be the peak of Nakanishi's WCW run, right?
Maybe in terms of like being on a pay-per-view, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's on obviously the Starcade. I can't remember who he faces though.
Right. Yeah. Who does he? Check my fucking note. My thirst for knowledge cannot go unquenched. Strega, Arcade 1995 cage match. It was against wait a minute.
He wasn't on it.
He wasn't on it.
Okay, then it is the peak of Kurasawa. I just assumed that he was on it.
Yeah,
I was thinking, was it Randy Savage? But no, he faces Tenzan.
Yeah, I mean, like, you were thinking...
Johnny B. Bad faces Masa Saito in a match for the ages.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was WCW versus New Japan. What the hell would Kurasawa be doing there? He's not in New Japan. He's under the employ of Colonel Rob Parker, thank you very much.
Yeah, they need New Japan versus Colonel Rob Parker.
And so we go to the back again, where Randy Savage is interviewed. No glasses. By the way, that's something that's got to be said about Randy Savage. He has this, like, you know, all-time legendary cool aesthetic with the sunglasses, and then he takes them off, and he looks like the most demented man I've ever seen. It's crazy. So he comes in here, and he's off one, as they say, because he's being congratulated on his Zodiac victory, and goes, "We even had some audience participation." Yeah. And then, you know, he Hulk Hogan, as we'll get to, went to the dark side, and he started to distrust his friends. He called Randy Savage, among others, vultures, and he says, "I think Hogan is starting to have trouble separating personal from business. I'm your friend, but I will batter you if in the ring." So, and then there's a funny bit where, like, Randy insults Gene's mustache, and Gene takes the higher moral ground. So it's like, I'm not gonna go there. I'm better than that. And then, you know, asks him about the monster truck thing, and Savage says, "My curiosity is killing me, just like the cat would be killed by the curiosity about these monster trucks," which is nice. And then that takes us to Sabu versus Mr.
Joel. We love him.
And,
yeah, I don't think we mentioned he's just in a purple mask, and they're like, what mysteries does this man carry? Who could this be?
Yeah,
I don't know why they chose to present him in that way.
And I don't think they ever do answer what the mysteries of Myrtle are. And,
but yeah, in terms of the build to this one, Sabu! That's pretty much it. It's a bit of a cold match, but it's all fine when it's Sabu, I think.
So during the Nitro match, Eric Bischoff, regarding Mr. JL, goes, "JL, what's that, like E.T.? What's that about?" like, what do you mean, Eric?
Yeah,
Bischoff?
there's also two letters.
That is an initialism, yeah. And then the only other little bit of build is because they're in Detroit, and because Cobo Hall is the house that the Sheik built, they do announce, Sabu will face Myrtle with the original Sheik. And so, yes, indeed, the Sheik comes out with Sabu. I love the generic theme they have for Sabu, just like a slap guitar going. It really fits him, you know. And like the Sheik here is great because like Sabu swoops in and gets fucked up by Jail, and then he gets Jail on the outside. And he says, "I'm going to do a quebrada, a moonsault, to the outside." The Sheik is a very old man. He's waddling around, and he sees this, and he's like, "Oh shit, I better get in position to take this moonsault." So he walks right into it, and it's great. He gets wiped the fuck out, and Oh man, it just keeps going from here where like
Yeah, Sabu's just all over the place immediately.
like literally it's the point where he just flies into frame and it's like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Oh man. And yeah, they're putting Sabu over as a mad cunt, a nutter. They're doing it really well. And then like when they get back in the ring, Sabu does like an over the rope leg drop dive where like his gluteus maximus squashes Jerry Lynn's face like a grape, and it looks really good. Then like Sheik has a sword, he has a scimitar with him, and he does not use this because Sabu
died in Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah. Oh, PTSD for you, I'm sure. And
oh no, my pantaloons.
my whoopas. And then JL's up top, and Sabu hotshots him, then does like that sort of springboard Arabian moonsault thing where he bounced off the ropes and gets the 3 counts, and yay, Sabu's won. Oh, the fireball!
Yeah, just chucks a fireball in his face for good measure.
It looked, it was beautiful seeing that. I was so happy to see the fireball, and so was the crowd. They loved it.
Sabu, one of the coolest wrestlers, obviously. This is another very short match, but they actually got a lot done in this one.
Yeah. Like,
this was a Twisty match for sure.
I'd say like the nature match probably was better, but like the Sheik and the fireball, that's the pay-per-view difference. That's what you paid the money for, like we did. And then in the replay, when seeing the Arabian moonsault, Heenan goes, "Do not try this at home on the ironing board. It will not work." And then after this, Tony Schiavone throws to the Taskmaster's lair, which is right here on the stage, because King Ayakea, the Master, is there in his chair of rock, and he goes, "Sullivan, my son, it is written in the bones of Bonaros." And he just goes on about, "Oh, you will walk upon the galaxies, because the giant in the insurance policy will destroy Hulkamania." And Kevin Sullivan, it's weird because like at the start of this block, he's really having it up, still going like ha 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 Hogan ha ha ha. But now he's like he's a very chill demon, He looks like he's waiting for the train, and it's quite odd. And so they just talk a lot about the Yeti, as we'll get to, and then it's on to like Sullivan. He's got to go out there because he's got a second Meng in this battle against Lex Luger, and this is to qualify for the Randy Savage Championships. And something I loved was the Halloween Havoc set. It has not reached the peaks of like Evil Ghoul holds Pumpkin, but it is pretty good still. Where like it's got the graveyard, it's got all the tombstones, and you see some shots of the tombstones up close where it's like, oh, Elvis or whatever. But as we get started with Lex Luger and Meng, we see a tombstone that says Crockett. And I was like, wow, they went there. I don't think Jim Crockett Jr. is dead yet, so that's a bit insensitive. And yeah, we get going here with Lex Luger versus Meng. We still don't know where Lex Luger stands. Before
one thought on just before we get into like the Luger stuff, like when Meng is on a match graphic, he's got this incredibly fucked up helmet.
Yes, he does. And like
because Meng does not look scary enough on his own, apparently. They need to make him look like a fucked up dragon or something.
And I think we see him wear it like once in action, which is funny. What do you think as well? Because we don't see it here, but in C shows he's trying out this paint You like him painted up?
Yeah, I guess that works for him.
Yeah. It's quite something. And yeah, Meng comes out barefaced, and they get going. There's a point early in this match where Luger, he gets Meng's legs on the ground and he like catapults him, and like the strength he displays in getting him up is like legitimately incredible. Like, you know, before he even goes for a catapult, he just like has him up as if he's about to do a giant swing, and it's like, wow, this man's strong.
Do you feel as caught off guard as I did when they were like, people are speculating about Lex Luger's possible affiliation with the Dungeon of Doom? That seemed to come... I don't know, I felt like, did I miss something? Was I not paying attention to something?
Well, there was a shark match, if you remember, where like Kevin
I'm speaking about like before that match. Like on that episode of whatever show that was.
Okay, I get you.
Like, was it a thing before that? Because I was kind of caught off guard with it. I thought they were just being like, you know, Savage and Luger were just being like engaging baby faces in having a bit of a bicker.
Yeah. I think like I guess the idea was that like Savage was suspecting him of not being on the level, and thus being a Dungeon of Doom terrorist. But like, yeah, they only really get explicit with that like in the home stretch.
Yeah, with the Shark match where the Taskmaster's like, actually, fuck you, Shark.
Why? He didn't deserve that. And you know, like we put a lot of time and effort into these shows, and you know, sometimes you think like, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it to watch all of these TV shows in preparation for it? But then Bobby Heenan tells us that's why you gotta watch WCW Pro and WCW Saturday Night and WCW Main Event and WCW Nitro, because a lot of things happen here.
Yeah.
And, I know that for certain, but he for fucking forgot Prime. You fucking piece of shit! You forgot Prime, Prime Network. And then it's an interesting thing because it's 1995. It's quite in the modern times now, but there's a couple spills to the outside where, like, Eric Bischoff forever will go like, "Oh, that's not a DQ because he didn't mean for that to happen." And then here, Lex Luger eliminates Meng from the Royal Rumble with a clothesline, and there's nary a word of it. So I guess the rule is fully done now, and they're not even alluding to it anymore.
Yeah.
Which is good. Then, Lex Luger gets Meng's arm over the top rope and gives him an arm breaker. Or, if you want to look at it a different way, the top rope gets a pit stop from Meng. And then, we get into Lex Luger missing a corner charge and starting to get to heat. So it's a lot of, oh! And then he gets pile driven, goes like, oh! And then he gets sent to the outside. And what is this? Usually Kevin Sullivan would kill man who is outside, but he is not killing Luger. What the fuck is going on here? And then Meng, just like he did at Nitro, he gets the golden spike, the foreign object. He gets him. But then Kevin Sullivan comes in and Stompy the Luger. Oh, DQ, and Luger wins. What the fuck is going on here? What is going on here? Yeah, what do you think of this match then?
Yeah, like I say, I was caught a bit off guard, like late in the TV viewing with the Dungeon of Doom thing. It's kind of not the way I hoped it was going. I hoped that we would get. I fucking assumed that, you know, Luger and Savage would win their matches and then maybe have a match similar to to their Nitro match, which was very twisty. And I don't think this added wrinkle provided much extra to this.
No.
thing.
No.
I mean, I kind of understand. Like, they're probably looking at, like, okay, who's our, like, real main event talent? Mm-hmm. And they're all fucking baby faces. Mm-hmm. So they've got to, it's like, okay, we'll switch in then.
Yeah.
So I get it from that perspective, but it didn't necessarily add much for me. Yeah, this match was just okay, really.
Think about it too, and I think they realise this because they never really explicitly ally him with the Dungeon of Doom necessarily, even after the heel turn, is that, like, it's the Dungeon of Doom. What's a normal guy doing joining them, you know?
Yeah. At least make it, like, is he aligned with Colonel Robert Parker?
Sullivan, my son, you have recruited Lex Luger. Get him me coffee. And then we go to the backstage where there's the Giant in his gear that you wear when you drive a truck. He's ready to drive a truck. And he grabs Gene's hands and just like, oh. He crushes Gene's hand, and it's a very gory mess of squelch and bones and all that. And John goes like, Hogan, and that's it. And so then we go on to the big feature tag match here. No tag titles defended, but the pride of four men is defended here with Arn Anderson and Brian Pillman versus Sting and Ric Flair. So after Bash at the Beach, where Flair and Anderson turned on Vader, and then after Vader beats Sting and Flair and Anderson at the Clash, these two guys who were blood brothers, they are no longer friends, and that led to Fall Brawl, where Anderson had the help of Brian Pillman to defeat Ric Flair, and so now Ric Flair is like, oh no, there are these two guys, and I need a partner. Otherwise I'll be beat up more. And so, he beats Pillman on the first Nitro, and then, this is leading to, the Nitro match against Arn Anderson. But in the meantime, Regal and Sting happens at Saturday night, and as you mentioned, the Earl of Eaton attempts to interfere, and Ric Flair foils this, and it's done so well where, like, he pushes Eaton off, and then Sting capitalizes and gets the win, and Flair immediately gets right up in his face. Okay, are we tag partners now? And Sting is like, he's not going along with this. Like, there's so many interview segments of, like, Flair, he gets on his knees. He says, I'm asking you to be my partner. And Sting says, you're an 11-time champion, stand up! And Flair, in a demonic voice, goes, I know who I am! Can you be my partner, please? No! And, so Ric Flair, he murks Mark Starr on an episode of Pro, and then he begs Sting again, and Sting goes, I want to grizzle you right now, and Flair goes, why? And then, he pulls the crowd. Should Sting be my partner? Go, boo. He goes, shut up! And then, Brian and Double A have a promo on Flair where, like, Arn Anderson is just so great at, like, giving this such gravitas. It's a very funny, sort of goofy thing, but then, Double A goes like, you always had me to back you up while you're running over everybody, but not anymore. You know how it is. You jump on one of us, you jump on all of us. Just, like, really getting this over huge, and Brian's just hovering around like a prick. And then, Arn versus Sting happens, where Flying Brian interferes, and then Rick comes in to run him off, and then he begs Sting, please, I need you as partner. And Sting says, Get out of town. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. No! And so, at this point, it's getting desperate because Rick versus Arn happens, and Rick is beat up by Arn and Pillman 2-on-1. And Mongo, he says, they said Atlantis was an island, and we all know what happens to that, don't we? And Eric Bischoff goes, it sank! So Ric Flair will sink as well if he does not join up with some archipelagos like Sting. And then there's also a week where Rick tries the same with Randy. Like Randy Savage gets a big win. I think it might be over when he beats Big Hit Bunkhouse Buck. And Rick comes out and basically tries to sell him on it. And then Randy Savage, being held back by many people, goes, it's not gonna happen. After what you did to my dad, get the hell out of here. And so he tries to sting some more, does Ric Flair. Then we have the cage match, as we mentioned, Arn Anderson and Brian Pillman using that damn numbers game, that pack of wolves mentality. And then we get to the pro with what I think is a really effective angle of Sting and Ric Flair once again in this same situation. Sting has no reason to trust Flair because he joined the Horsemen back in I think it was 90, where they joined together, and then Flair fucking turned on him as soon as he wanted the world title and broke his leg, and so there's no reason to trust him. But then Flair brings out the little stingers, these little kids in Sting face paints, and Sting has such a good performance here because he sees the little stingers and he sees what Rick's doing, and he goes over to these little stingers and shakes all their hands, and he has such a look of a stone look of resignation, like, God damn it, I have to do this now, and then he makes the most what would you say, equivocal acceptance thing of if you swerve me, if you use kids to get something out of me, as someone who has kids, I'm gonna leave you for dead. I'll fucking murder you in your sleep. And
I just love Sting always in these segments he says something very emphatically, and so instead of just saying yes, he just goes, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt this one time.
Oh yeah, this is really good. And all through these weeks, Dusty Rhodes is saying, Sting, do not do this. And then what happened after the cage match was Ric Flair went up to commentary and he's mad. He goes, Double A, fine Brian, I'll face you in handicap match next week. But then, because Sting accepted, it becomes a warm-up match. And I remember you mentioning you don't understand why Sting took his time coming out. There is a reason for it. So Sting does not come out for the warm-up match, and it's just Ric Flair versus Pillman and Anderson. And it's a very peculiar match because so it's Flair alone, and he does really well. He just kicks both of these guys' asses really good, right? And then the second he gets a move hit on him, Sting comes out and saves the day and they win, right? And so the whole idea was that it's one thing to say yes under duress, but Sting had to know for certain, so he passed. So the loyalty test was, will you have the guts to get beat up out there? And he did. So Sting came out okay, I trust you now. And then there's the interview afterwards where Sting basically was yes, I trust Ric Flair now. And it's crazy because the commentators are all no, what the fuck, Sting? Well, you know, he took a spine buster, man. Like, what am I to do? And yeah, then they have like some matches together on the C shows where there's still that element of like you know, Sting going like, you better not swerve me. I didn't believe you, and I kind of believe you now. And like, it's crazy because Ric Flair is just like, okay, anyway, woo, woo, which is great. He is on one, and then we get to the actual match here, where it's always crazy to see like just how much the Four Horsemen permeated in the audience, where like you know, there's like so many people, and like there is until I'd have to think the very day WCW died, where like they just all have the force up because the Four Horsemen is like the coolest thing that they ever done saw, you know. Like that's something that like Hulk Hogan could never fully extinguish in his takeover. Then like so at the top they mentioned Ric Flair got attacked. So Arn and Bryan come out, and then the man called Sting comes out, and he's got a brave face on, but he's looking around. Where's my partner? And I like the sign that they have here in the crowd that says, "Sting, you sting like a scorpion." If I was Sting, I would look at that and go, "Yes, that's my gimmick." There's an echo of the Nitro moment here, where Sting is now alone, and I think this is one of the times where the Nitro time limits sort of like you know, prevents the match from being all it could be, because we have here more of a time limit, well, more time basically, where Sting gets a good amount of shine against Arn and Bryan, where like he looks really great, and then he sends him to the outside, and you know, they have time to just breathe and collect themselves, and like, you know, you get this feeling like, oh, it's like the wolves are circling. He's not going to be able to do this much longer, because like he's expending all his energy, even if he is doing it very smartly. And I feel like the Nitro match didn't have that, so just like, oh man, I guess these guys suck, you know. Like I remember Survivor Series 2011 had that Rock and Cena versus Awesome Truth match, and it was it was like, oh, Cena needs The Rock to beat the Awesome Truth, otherwise he will be beaten by them. And then like on the Go Home show, he beats The Miz, and then R-Truth comes out and he beats R-Truth up too, and it's like, well, okay, why do we need The Rock then? You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, this here lets it breathe a lot
Didn't
more.
Cena also have like a 2-on-16 handicap match tagging from Randy Orton?
Yeah, him and Randy Orton, they really put the boots to Val Venus. And so, yeah, as I say, like the length of this match allows that to breathe a bit better. And you know, Sting, he for someone who probably a lot of people exists as a poster child for this sort of babyface, he never falls into the trap of being like a stupid babyface, because like he knows what these guys are up to. Like he doesn't just like go outside and get murked. Brian Pillman offers that insincere handshake, and Sting just immediately takes it and gut kicks him, and then like does a big military press, and then like Arn like is tagged in, and he just pauses. He stalls because Sting is on fire. He has to extinguish this any way he can. And then there's a catapult that Sting does to Arn, where Brian Pillman is going up to the top during that. And so Arn gets sent into him. And then, in what I feel like is a signature bump for Brian Pillman, because I've seen him do it a lot, he goes right into the rail, like pit first, which looks really good. And then, you know, they do a tribute to the Andersons, where Arn sends Sting into Pillman, so they bump heads, and they go like, oh, that's what Gene and Ola used to do all the time, sacrifice the other to win the match. And then, oh my god, the crowd is going crazy because here is Ric Flair in street clothes and bandage. Oh, he could not wait to take off his slacks. And then, like, yes, at this point, Sting is the face in peril, and Flair on the apron is turning in the performance of a lifetime. He's doing a fucking marathon on that apron.
He's so good. When he loses his patience and just like takes one of his Italian loafers off. The
Italian loafer. And so then you get like a beautiful display of like cutting off the ring and preventing the tag from Arn and Bryan, where like Sting gets so close, but then they just get right in there with a knee and like get him right back over to the corner for the abdominal stretch. It's a very emotional sort of thing of like Sting. He did not trust Ric Flair and eventually gave him the benefit of his doubt. And I was looking unsure. He wasn't there, but now he's here, and when he needs him most, he yells out, "Rick, Nate's a boy," and Rick goes, "I'm here, buddy. I'm here." And you think like, "Oh man, this is great." They're
Flair's getting everybody so like fucking pumped up. He's like strutting and shuddering and practically fucking seizing on the apron.
Yeah, it's so beautiful because like when the match started, they're going like, "We want Flair,
yeah,
and then it fucking pays off because Flair is here, and Bobby Heenan does really well here too, because the entire time he has been turning on Ric Flair, because Ric Flair is like he loved Ric Flair, took him to the WWF title and everything, but now it's like, "Oh, you're turning against all your friends. Well, good luck to you," But then like he's like still into it. He's still his favorite wrestler, because like it's when Sting is like in a I think a Boston Crab, maybe something like that, and like he's begging Sting. He's just saying like, "Come on, dig your fingernails in, get up, tag Flair, give it a big woo," and like it's really good commentary. And then Sting is in a bear hug, he's coming alive, and then a big ear clap, but then Bryan cuts him off, and then like I love when Sting, I think he's the best at it, where like he just takes one hand, whaps it this way and whaps it that way, and gets two guys one after the other, and then like here's the opening, come on Stinger. He tags in Flair. Flair comes in. Punch.
yeah. We're so fucking ready. He gets the tag. He struts to the rope, bounces off. Arn is in his sights, and he punch Sting. Oh my god! The dirtiest fucking player. I had seen this before, but I hadn't really remembered it, and he got me, man. He got me.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, I love how this goes. Where like, so he punches Sting, and Sting's a strong guy, so he gets punched, and he means like, "You fucking motherfucker, I'll kill you," and then they have to all swarm him so that he does not kill Ric Flair, and like Randy Anderson is just like DQ because of the turn quotes, and yeah, it's like it's an incredibly good angle, and as I've been saying, like Sting being turned on by Ric Flair feels like such a cliche, feels like such an obvious thing, but because of how well they did these promos, because of the layered performances of everyone involved, and especially how they did the match, like they make you forget all of the obvious stuff, and that's what makes the cliches so good to do, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel all the time.
And I think a swerve-a-rooney like this, it maybe doesn't hold up to much scrutiny if you like analyze what's happened prior, but like I say, they got me here. The Swerveroony is probably something that they that they went to a little bit too often in their history, but
yeah,
I think this is good.
Yeah, like
just like this monumental gut punch.
Oh yeah, and then I really like how it follows up. There's this Sting promo I always remember where because he gets Flair and I think it's like a fan vote of Nitro the next night, and then he gets a scorpion on him and he doesn't let go for a good while, and he goes there's this sit down interview where he goes Nature Boy, next time I get that on you, I'm not gonna let go. He's got this wide eyes oh man, he's going to kill Ric Flair. It is really good.
And yeah, I can't wait for them to show off at Starcade. Oh, never mind. New Japan Pro Wrestling. Great WCW booking. And yeah, the Horsemen brag about this double cross on the stage. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yep, the 4 Horsemen there. I'm assuming they got another guy in the following weeks to come.
I think it's the next day that they appoint Benoit as the 4th Horseman.
Ah, yes.
Because he's got the history with Pillman, from Calgary.
Mm.
And then we go backstage to Mike Tenay. Mike Tenay is here. Yay! From WCW Hotline. And he asks Lex Luger, WTF with all this Dungeon of Doom stuff, and Luger's I don't know. And it's this is sort of where it really hit to me they could have just booked him versus Savage. That'd have been just fine,
Yeah.
Instead of this Ultimate X Challenge bullshit. And so now it's time for the first half of the biggest storyline, the main events, because it's
the machine versus machine portion.
Yes. So Hulk Hogan has been in WCW for a bit over a year now, and he won the belt in his debut and has had it ever since, and he's just been fucking at that beach sipping mimosas instead of defending it every house show.
Yeah, fucking lazy prick 5.
And so Kevin Sullivan has taken objection to this. He amassed the 3 faces of fear, which were him, the Avalanche, later to be the Shark, and the Butcher, later to be the Zodiac. And none of them worked. So he amassed the Dungeon of Doom with his father, and that wasn't going well either, until here comes this giant man who's called the Giant, and he comes onto the scene at Bash at the Beach, where he's wearing this frilly shirt that Andre wore, and he throws it at Hogan, and Hogan's like, wait a minute, I know this shirt, it is Andre the Giant's shirt. And then the next week Hogan is in the Dungeon of Doom lair, where it's it's the mountains and caverns and stuff, and then the Giant comes there and chokes him. I'm in the Dungeon of Doom. And then on the main events before Fall Brawl, where the Hulkamaniacs faced in the Dungeon of Doom, Hogan rode upon his bike, the Harley Davidson bike Black Beauty, and Mean Gene Okerlund is asking him about what about this Fall Brawl, and Hogan. Something I love about Hogan, he has some really ridiculous faces, more so than WWF. He goes I feel sorry for the Dungeon of Goons. And he's got his mouth curled up crazy style. And then, oh my god, what's this? It's a giant monster truck, and it just runs over the Black Beauty. And then out comes the window of it's giant, and he goes, and Hogan, he's no, and it's a very tragic angle, and no matter how many times it played, I cried every time. And then at Fall Brawl, the Hulkamaniacs won. They won War Games. And then Hogan had the Taskmaster alone. And then, like, the other babyfaces were like, okay, Hogan, we will leave you alone to beat up the Taskmaster. We will not interfere in this. But then, oh no, the Giant comes in. And then he comes into the ring and he snaps Hulk Hogan's neck and kills him. And then,
the end.
the WCW title was vacated and WCW shut down after the scandal of having a murder take place. So then, Hogan's first appearance after this is on Saturday night in a neck brace. And he's tired of the crap and the gaga and the dirt sheets who are trying to knock him off his pedestal. And on that same subject, this nasty, stinky Giant is also trying to do that. So his top two enemies are...
He really loved trying to get the Giant over as a stinky, specifically stinky Giant.
Yeah. And so the Giant...
I also love when he said, I've already put down one nasty Giant and laid him to rest. He killed Andre.
He killed him.
I thought that was just life circumstances, but no, it was Hogan.
Yeah. And so, like, Dave Meltzer and the Giant are on the same level, according to Hogan, as far as enemies, which is pretty good. So Hogan says, oh, you want to have a monster truck? Well, I will make my own monster truck. Machine against machine, first to get even. And then there's a wonderful trend, because there's must be 6 promos he does in this period before Darkside Hogan, where he goes like, oh, as soon as I can remove this neck brace, and Jimmy Hart and Major are like, no, don't, Hogan, no, don't do it. He's like, oh, okay, I won't do it. Which is great. And meanwhile, Giant and Taskmaster, they're laughing it up about putting him in the hospital, because they pull up in an ambulance and Kim Sullivan will be like, you thought you had this snake, but the snake turned around and brought a giant dinosaur. And so it's very despicable. And then, the speculations abound about this monster truck that Hogan's going to build. Bobby Heenan on Worldwide, he says, this truck was going to build, it's probably going to be 40 feet tall. And Tony Schiavone goes, yep, that sounds right. And then Hogan comes out in neck brace on Nitro, and he says, there's a little Hulkster out there called Jason Pittman who's going to get a double lung transplant, and he told me to fuck the Giant up. And so that he will. But then he goes outside to high-five the fans. Oh, what is this? There's a woman. Oh, what is this?
Whose granny is the...
it's the stunt granny.
Task granny.
Task granny, and the Zodiac and all that come out, and they beat Hogan up. And then here comes the Giant to break Hogan's neck again. And if that was not enough, they shave the Hogan stash.
Oh my God.
Hogan is lying there going like because he doesn't want to get hairs in his mouth, you see. And then it's crazy because the American Males versus the Nasty Boys was scheduled for this Nitro, and so the American Males come out, the Giant choke slams them, and then the Nasty Boys come out and the Giant choke slams them, and so the match is cancelled. And this is the breaking point. It's one thing to run over my motorcycle. It's one thing to break my neck. It's one thing to break my neck again. But to shave my mustache. Hogan is turned to the dark side. He says, shaving my mustache was like burning the flag or defacing the Washington Monument. And so now he is wearing black all over. Black neck brace. Black bandana, black shirt, and he's got the red blue bottom for his face. So he's still got that theme, but he's evil Hogan. I'm Evil Hogan.
The dudes from St. Louis are making Hogan the most badass monster truck of all time.
Oh yeah, yeah. Fucking Bob Chandler is like going like, yeah, we made Bigfoot and we're gonna make this truck and it's gonna be pretty good. Giant, I saw what you did to Hulk Hogan's motorcycle, and we're gonna kick your ass now. You know, like
the all black Hogan. Of course, now we know what's to come with Hollywood Hogan. Feels very sort of proof of concept for that. It's like a pilot.
Yeah,
it's very strange to see.
Because Hogan at this time, you know, would have been very conscious, I think, of like the bad reception, or relatively bad reception, I guess.
Yeah, and especially here in Chicago.
And I think like he comes to, I mean, that'll be a reason why like he is scarce. It's because he makes himself scarce so that he comes back and gets the big return pop, and then once the goodwill dies off, he just like goes away again to redo that again. So I think maybe before he settles into that, he tries being edgier, you know, like tries out like, what would a heel Hogan look like right now? And this is it, and it looks really funny. Like there's even the promo he does where because you know, like there's a backstage promo he does where he goes, I will kill the giant and I'll bury him next to his father. That's a common sentiment, right? But then he says, and these black gloves of the dark side, I will bury them along with the giants. And so it's like, okay, I get you. This is a temporary thing. But then on Nitro he comes out and he goes, you know, I don't think I will bury the dark side gloves, because there's nothing more dangerous than a man with black gloves. O.J. Simpson? I don't know. And and then like Mean Gene, because he's a little shit stirrer, he goes like, your Hulkamaniac friends Sting, Savage and Luger have abandoned you. And Hulk Hogan's like, yeah, those guys are like vultures circling my corpse. You little dogs better get on the porch. I am the bad guy, Hulk Hogan. And then like that, the main event of that night show is Sting and Luger versus Harlem Heat, which breaks down as the Dungeon of Doom runs out. Like Randy Savage comes out, and then Hulk Hogan enters, and he gets Savage away because he wants a giant for himself. And this is where we get the first bit of physicality between them. That's not just a neck snap. And then you know, earlier that night show, Kevin Sullivan announced the insurance policy. This big fucking giant ton of ice. We brought it from the Himalayas, and here it is in Nitro. And what could be inside this giant block of ice? It could only be a Yeti.
Yes, you must say it like that.
Yeah.
It's not something that just Shivani said once in that crucial moment. It's something that everyone referring to it has said every time.
Yeah, like Eric Bischoff will go like, what the heck is a Yeti? And Bobby Heenan will go like, you know, a Yeti. And it's never said like that.
It's again. Like that, but with an A for no explained reason.
And so, you know, the Giants is no selling punches, but maybe now he's going down. But then, some rumbling, and it cuts to the ice, and it explodes, and out comes the Yeti. We're out of time. And you only see a glimpse of the Yeti, a man in rags.
Yeah. Eric Bischoff, like 1 second before it goes off, I was like, what's that?
Yeah, it's crazy, because so they'll be like, here's what happened on Nitro. And they show that. And at no point are they like, well, okay, it went off air there, but here's footage that we had from the tape machine still rolling.
Yeah.
Or it is, and they're just like, what was that? And so this match it could have just been that like, so here comes Paul White, this can't miss prospect, and maybe you wanna say he's Andre Giant's son. It's a lie, but hey, it's a storyline. You can go ahead and do that, and it's a nice fresh opponent for Hulk Hogan. A lot of his WCW run is sort of basically redoing the hits of yesteryear, and well, this might be the same. It's at least a fresh new talent. Well, hey, hold on. What if we got these monster trucks? Why do we do a monster truck battle as well? And hey, I'm thinking actually, the Giant is not enough. I think we need a Yeti in here as well. So yeah, it's quite a lot. But as I say, the Giants, he's looking good. I'm liking him, and Hogan, a very funny promo, and it all comes together for this, the monster truck, where we have
man versus man still to come.
Yep.
But first, we got machine versus machine. So let's hear from this car nerd who's sitting in the commentary room. The car nerd. And car nerd says car nerd things.
Yeah, Bob Chandler says that the horsepower of both these trucks is 1,500. That's a big number.
Holy shit! I thought it'd be like 7.
Yeah, and Bobby Heenan rants about how Hogan should fucking die and then be dragged into the arena and die again. And Tony goes, "Yep, that could happen." And then it goes up to the roof of Cobo Hall as Eric Bischoff takes the play-by-play bit, where Hogan and Giant have been up here for like 2 hours now, and at this point, the referee of Monster Trucks is here to tell him the rules, and so they
should have had a black and white stripe. Referee wants the truck.
When you're breaking the rules,
just like staying out of the way.
And you break the rules, it goes like vroom vroom. Stop that. And so they're on top of this hall. It's a pretty big space, and they've got this ring because it's a sumo match. You remember, this is the dohyo, blessed by the Shinto gods, and not just that. They have explosive charges hidden in the ring.
Holy fuck.
And so the ref tells him the rules, and he goes, and Giant and Hogan are just patiently waiting for this. They want to do this by the book, and the ref goes, "May the best truck win," and Giant goes, "I'm gonna win," and then they get into their trucks politely, and the trucks are welded together. And so I think they say, Bob Chandler tells us that these trucks are fueled by alcohol. And then, so they introduce explosive charges, and they also have a guy welding, using a tss. And so, they go oh yeah, the alcohol could explode at any point with many things. And Bob Chandler's like, yep, sure could. 15 gallons of it. So we get into the sumo match here. The Tachi opening strike from Hogan as he steers his truck. I'm not sure what the Giant Monster Truck's preferred grip is, but I can tell you the Otsuke of the Hulkster Monster Truck is a bit lacking. You can really tell his inexperience here. Giant, no, very experienced. He's a former truck Ozeki, don't you know? But Hogan, meanwhile, he uses momentum to his favour, much as the smaller wrestlers have in the past, such as Enho or Minomi. Hogan does get pushed out, just a bit though, because it's both axles must be outside. But he sets off a pyro charge. It's like freaking Onita or something like that. Gail Kim hates this match. And
yeah, fuck you, Gail Kim, the main character of wrestling as of time of recording.
Yeah, this is gonna come out at Halloween. It's
Yeah, it'll be horribly dated by then. Everyone's forgotten about it.
Yeah, it's gonna be like
Everyone will be mad at
World War III
by then.
Who's killed Kim? I don't know. Cage match perished in the nukes. So yeah, these trucks are revving and pushing each other around. Did you like it?
I have nothing to really compare it to because I don't know anything about monster trucks. I don't know if this is a good example of monster trucking. If we ask some guy who goes to see monster trucks from time to time, would he be impressed with this? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like,
it isn't like I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't know much about it, but isn't it like they run over like scrapyard junk cars?
Yeah, and you do
there's
the
like
flippy
pyrotechnics, and people are like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, I've never thought
It's
of
not
it
just
as like
two monster trucks going like back and forth.
Yeah, I've never thought of monster trucks as like a combative sport environment.
So essentially, the WCW has decided to do something that there's no known audience for.
They've birthed a new sport.
Yeah, so I really didn't know what to think of this stuff.
Yeah, and the whole time they have these in-truck cameras where it's like, you see Hogan like steering the wheel, and like the Giants is just his giant fucking back taking up the whole shot. And I gotta think to myself, in the WWE Vault, there's gotta be a feed of just those cameras the whole time that I'd really love to see. Man. And so, eventually Hogan, he outlasted Giants, and in a Kinboshi upset, he gets him off of the door heel, he gets him out of their both axles, and Giants is very mad. He gets out of his monster truck, Hogan, and this has gone beyond sumo monster truck, because they're on the roof of Kobo Hall. They're getting to the edge, and the Giant grabs him by throat, and then he gets him on the edge, and Hogan gets the choke broken, and Giant goes whoa, 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 and dies.
And Hogan's like, "Oh no,
oh no!"
And then I swear to God, he says, "Help!"
Help! And so before we continue on, I will take the because podcasts such as these, they may take from retrospective stuff, like they might go to Eric Russell's podcast right now. No, I am going to Eric Bischoff's thoughts at the time, because the December 1995 WCW magazine he's interviewed, and here's a quote from that article here. "If you look closely at what I'm trying to do, it's clear. Offer something new, something that hasn't already been done," Bischoff said. And the article goes on, "Such as the machine versus machine monster truck battle between Hulk Hogan and the Giants at Halloween Havoc. Entering the monster truck arena added a level of excitement, interest, on top of what has traditionally been presented in our industry. And that was a goal of mine in 1995, Bischoff said. My vision is, at some point in time, we will have arena events in combination with the monster sumo element we saw in Detroit. Strategically, that's one great way to make our fan base grow. There are no more monster sumo events scheduled for 95, Bischoff said. Next year, he hopes to expand the concept into Europe."
Wow.
There are big plans for this,
That's pretty awesome.
And so,
Bischoff, why didn't you just go through with it, man? WCW Monster Truck Sumo could have been the best pay-per-view around every year.
like I imagine just like him sitting down with with Seiji Sakaguchi, president of New Japan, just going like, "Okay, look, this Sakaguchi, I'm really glad that we have this relationship here. I'm trying to get into the monster sumo business. You can you give a brother a hand here?
Well, in the ring, the match between Kurasawa and Hawk left something to be desired. but in the monster truck sumo ring, I think it could be a 5 now.
And then after losing, Kurasawa gets out and rips Hawk's arm off and throws it off the roof.
Yeah, every bout has to end with someone going off the roof. Yeah, then they cut back to commentary, and the truck nerd is still out there. And they're asking him for comment, like analysis on this, and he's looking completely lost. He's like, "Wasn't supposed to happen. I don't know. I don't watch this shit. Get me out of here as soon as possible."
Yeah, like this is something that
I'm here to talk about like the intricate mechanics of the monster truck.
Yeah, so like
your fucking shit story. Like.
Yeah, so like for one, there's like very little analysis to be made of the monster truck skidding around in the rain. And second, they have killed the giant, and everyone is selling it like they have just witnessed at least manslaughter. Bobby Heenan is like traumatized. He's like taking off his fucking headset. It's like they ask him something. He's like, I don't know. What do you want me to say? Can we get someone outside there? What's going on? He just died. I knew his father. And so it creates a truly interesting rest of the pay-per-view, because we now go to Lex Luger versus Randy Savage.
A highly hyped matchup that you are supposed to be incredibly distracted during.
Yeah, like Lex and Randy come out, and like Tony is, you know, like he comes off like a bit of a fucking emotionless prick, honestly, where, you know, he's just gonna call this match, and Bobby goes, Tony, heave off the rough. And Tony's like, okay, Macho Man in the ring. And yeah, like literally, like the sacrifices at the altar of the storyline, this match, where like literally like none of this matters anymore, because this all matters less in the life of a promising young athlete named Paul White. And fucking like Tony at some point ponders, is Lex Luger part of the Dungeon of Doom? And Bobby goes, I don't know. This is going to be on every front page of every newspaper tomorrow. How can I do a Nitro tomorrow? And meanwhile, Randy Savage.
Yeah, there is points where it feels like he's almost overselling it as like a piss take.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, like they wanted to sell it a bit, but it's like, I just saw a man die. How can I be expected to fucking pay attention to Lex Luger right now?
Yeah. He's like, I can't stop shaking, and Tony's like, what an incredible sumo battle we saw, brain. And so Jimmy Hart's out here. Whoa.
Yeah.
What's he doing? And then Randy gets him back in the ring, and Luger gets sent into Jimmy Hart's and goes, oh, and falls down, and then Randy hits the elbow and wins.
Yeah. It felt like nobody really knew what they were watching during this match. And,
yeah.
Yeah, it does not stack up to the Nitro match, sadly.
Yeah, it's crazy. Really, really crazy. Like, it's compelling to see like a one-man show by Bobby Heenan while this match is going on, basically. And then you know, they go back up to the crow's nest, where like Tony goes like, oh well, Michael Buffer's coming to the ring, and Bobby's like, who cares about Michael Buffer? What's going on outside? Where's Giants? And like he like gets up to go outside, and Tony's just like, yeah, fuck off. And then before they have any idea of the fate of the Giant, they replay the Giant being killed. Like, just imagine if it turned out that he died, then they just rebroadcast a death. Andre the Giant's estate will have a field day in court with WCW for doing that. And then, alright, Michael Buffer's ready. He's back. The Buff Man.
The $6 trillion man.
And so, I don't think Michael Buffer was watching, so he just goes like, introducing first, he's from the Dungeon of Doom and weighs 450 pounds. And then Hulk Hogan's music kicks in and he goes, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a change. Which, he was not informed of that, so that's an extra cool million for Michael Buffer there, due to flipping the script on him. So, Darkside Hogan comes out, the King of Hulkmania, and he's like not playing a character here. He just walks right down, gets the mic, and he says, look, brothers, it wasn't supposed to go down that way, man. That was a terrible accident out there. Anyway, here's the Giant. Yeah, like that music plays, and the Giant is just here. He's fine, and for all that it was, I see a Giant come out here, and I'm like, oh yeah, fucking get in there, yes. And he's teeing off on Hogan, and Hogan, he takes off the bandana, and he has the Taskmaster eyebrows. What could it mean? Is he part of Dungeon of Doom? I don't know at this point. And then we get into this match here, which what do you think of the Giant here in his first ever pro wrestling match, as far as we know?
I thought he was pretty good. I, considering it's his first ever televised match, I don't know if he had anything in sort of training schools or whatever, presumably. But yeah, it's almost kind of unfair that this very passable debut from an incredible prospect gets overshadowed by everything else that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's fine. There's one spot in the corner where Hulkster has to help him out a little bit.
Oh yeah, he guides his arm into his throat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah,
I think he does fine, and it's like, oh yeah, shit, this guy's great.
Yeah.
You could have just done man versus man, and everyone would have been fine with it.
Yeah, that could have been just a funny angle, him in the monster truck, and then Hogan could have like, I'll get you in the ring.
But if you go to cage match or something, this match will have probably a 0 point something, and it's just unfair. Yeah. Just because of all the goofiness that surrounds it, it's really not that bad of a match. Hogan is still Hogan, and he's able to build anticipation greatly during those strength spots and everything that he excels so much at. Yeah, it's not a bad match by any means.
Yeah. I think Hogan does really well here. Of his facials of just he gets something going and he's like, okay, yeah, we're cooking, and he really gets the crowd into it. And the Giant, as you mentioned, he's really a good way there, mainly sticking to strikes. He's figuring out how to do grapples, does them well enough when he gets it going. And then there's a really wonderful bookend of the show, you know, because we started off with Donna B. Bad failing to do the 10 punches, and now Hogan does the 10 punches. Yay! The crowds
because
are satisfied. And then he's doing the eye rakes and the back rakes and the axi bombas. And then Giant's not gonna bump, but then Hogan eliminates him from the Rumble. And then the Taskmaster pulls the Giant away, tries to just like walk off, but Hogan donks them both. And then I loved when he gets the Giant back in the ring. He gets in, he walks up to the Giant, eye poke. That shit was good. And then when the Giant gets back into it, it's a big bear hug that I think has worked quite well, where Hogan slips the arms into the pits, starts punching out of it, and then I guess body slams, and Hogan goes, "Oh God!" That's another thing. Like I think it's during a knuckle lock, where like Jimmy Hart is trying to goad him to get out of it, and Hogan goes, "Jimmy, he's too strong." So this was fun, and I love that like Heenan during this part says, "You're not saying the moves that Eddie Guerrero or Sabu would do, but this is a great match."
I miss that. Damn, I wish Hogan busted out a bit of Sabu.
Imagine
a regular leg drop ain't enough for you, brother. I'm going to do a springboard.
Imagine if Sabu was the Yeti.
He gets a chair and then launches off it into the hug.
And so, Hogan gets choked, and then the choke slam. And Giant has basically mastered choke slams by this point. Mm-hmm. And so he gets that 2 count off it, and Hogan hulks up, and stuff. And I love how the Giant is like, he puts his hand up like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." So then there's the big boot, and then the eye rake, and then he slams him. He slams him like he did father. And then he goes for the leg drop, but oh no, Jimmy Hart kills the referee.
That naked woman loving fucker.
He tried to get Hulk Hogan to be naked, and Hulk Hogan's like, "No dude, I'm not woman." And so Hogan didn't see it, so Jimmy Hart's like, "Hey baby, let's revive Randy Anderson right now." And Hogan's like, "Okay." And then he beats up Hulk Hogan. Hogan's like, "I will kill you." But then here comes the Dungeon of Doom, and then Luger and Savage come down to make a save. And there's something going on here between Luger and Savage, but we don't see it because the Yeti. The Yeti comes out. This man in rags, he waddles out to we'll see soon.
Definitely looks like a mummy, by the way.
Yeah, a mummy. He burst out of an iceberg.
Like Yeti is supposed to be hairy. I'm just gonna say words like that for the duration of this episode now.
Yeah, so Luger turned on Savage while the Yeti was coming out, so we missed that heel turn. And we come back to it. He is stomping Savage out, and then the Yeti gets in the ring. The Giant still has the bear hug on, and the Yeti, he fuck Hogan in the ass. And so this is happening while Bobby Heenan.
Okay, him in the body.
Bobby Heenan is like, "You're saying the end of Hulk Hogan here. This is the end of Hulkamania." And then Luger gets Hogan in the torture racket, and then the Yeti fucks Savage in the ass, and then Michael Buffet gets on the mic and says, "The Giant wins by disqualification."
It was quite funny. Yeah, I knew exactly what was going to happen here, and I still just pissed laughing at that.
Yeah, it's absolutely positively sick.
Just the way the Yeti moves and like just wanders into the ring and then just like give him a hug and then shag him. Like, it couldn't have looked any funnier if you got fucking Danshoku Dino to go in there.
I know. So it's so crazy to think about because like I'm sure it's gonna be a lot of interviews on this, but like just thinking like they brought this guy in as the Yeti for no reason, and he comes out, he just does one thing, which is like the funky the assy. And then, like, none of the other people in the ring interact with him or acknowledge his existence. And then he does not show up as the Yeti. He shows up in a mask in World War III and then becomes part of Raven's flock.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't know what's going on there. But, Savage, he proved his loyalty to Hogan by coming out and getting his ass fucked by the Yeti. So him and Hogan are buddies again. And then like in the coverage of Halloween Havoc in January 1996 WCW magazine, there's a select sentence I've pasted here. Luger, the Giant and Yeti triple team Savage, then pranced about the ring in a victory celebration. How many pictures of a Yeti do you think appeared in that magazine issue?
9.
0.
Oh no! I way overestimated that. So yeah, this main event is obviously quite farcical stuff, easily marked, very notorious for its silliness. But I've got to say, I'm very self-satisfied when this is how I ended up feeling. Because my worry is that there was nothing new to say. You know, the legacy of this match is the monster truck sumo battle, Giant taking a plunge, turning up 7 minutes later bone dry, and the Yeti. Nothing apart from these 3 aspects is really spoken about. But I gotta say, all that aside, pretty twisty match.
Yeah, I would agree.
And yeah, I am Jackie Boy Pod. I'm so pleased with myself that we got to have a different perspective, because there's plenty of places you can go to hear that the Yeti is in fact funny, and it makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, like you think about it, there's a lot of podcasts that will say the Yeti is funny or stupid, but there's no podcast other than us who will say the Yeti doing his thing and we'll go
when the Yeti came out, I was like,
So I'll give you a little twisty.
And that, folks, was WCW Halloween Havoc.
Yes. Before we get to the grapplometer's verdicts, we will leave the coverage of WCW Halloween Havoc with a fan letter from WCW magazine. Switching channels. Congratulations, WCW. For 10 years I was a fan of another organization. However, in the past couple of years, they have become so ridiculous that I almost turned off from the sport for good. Now, I never miss WCW. All my familiar favourites are here, and WCW is truly number 1. Because of your dedication to the sport, I'm now a dedicated fan. Thank you, WCW. From Alison Lotoki in Jackson Heights, New York. I echo her sentiments absolutely.
Yeah, so the final verdicts and all this stuff. I remember feeling this a little bit for the 1998 stuff, but it's a strange feeling when you watch all this television, so much television, and get this sense of building enthusiasm for WCW.
Yeah.
Be legitimately interested for every match in a way that I just wasn't when I did the Nitro watch along 2 years ago, and ultimately feel a little bit disappointed with like Savage vs Luger, Meng vs Hawk. So that's a strange feeling, but it's still a decent show.
Yeah.
Like, Sabu match is very twisty. Opener's very twisty. The Flair stuff was very well done, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Not much else apart from that. I mean, the actual wrestling aspect of the main is twisty, and you will have a laugh with it, even if you don't like the wrestling aspect.
Yeah.
So it's iconic in that way, but yeah, so it's a tough one to rank, I would say.
Yeah. Like had like nice highs, and like the lows could be like odd in their ways.
Yeah, the solace is that the lows were like 2.5 minutes, and they just felt a bit tossed off, rather than punishment.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 91 Havoc, we kind of had the feeling of like there was all this TV here, and like so much of it was just like the squashies, and like the pay-per-views were where you really got the bang for your buck. And
yeah, it's not necessarily like that now.
Yeah, because Nitro's coming along, like that's starting to become less of a focus, and so it feels like there are certain moments where, at the very least, they get longer than usual, and so that affords them more benefits to like a match structure. But yes, it's definitely, I think even by like 1996 Halloween Havoc, like that would be different,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's worth doing the deep dive if you can find all these C shows for something. Why not?
Yeah, and like just
a vindication for the OGP format.
Yeah, just I mean, like just thinking about the time investment of everything. It's like the first time we did this format was a fucking Royal Rumble 2015. Where, like, there's all these fucking shows that are fucking 2 hours and 3 hours and shit. All these are just an hour, And
yeah.
It was just being like, oh, mate, catch this in the morning, and then catch this in the afternoon, and Dusty Rhodes is on both of them, and you can just eat it while you're eating your damn. You can just watch it while you're eating your damn Fruity Pebbles, baby, and it works out fine. And yeah, so WCW.
I highly recommend just watching, like, probably from any era, to be honest. Just watching WCW worldwide. You'll have a good time.
Yeah.
But that's what we think.
What think you, Grapplometer?
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me try it again. No, that doesn't sound right. Come on, Grapplometer. Come on. Grapplometer, come on now.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. 666. Oh no!
Oh my god. That's a demonic number.
That's his devil number. Oh dear.
This isn't right! Oh, this is wrong! This better not be what somebody put it
I
Twisty. You know.
Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. Next time, I gave it away on the last one, but yeah, it's going to be the Ring of Honor show where we boo Jeff Hardy, because fuck you, Jeff Hardy, you're fucking druggy. Teenage girls like Jeff Hardy, and I hate teenage girls.
Yeah.
Fucking grow up, bitches. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I think. I'm from 2003.
Yeah, I'm a very sexually frustrated person in 2003, and this is how I feel about the girls.
Yeah.
So that is Death by Force Dishonor 2003.
And I expect we'll watch the, whatever the fucking prize show to that is.
Yeah, yeah.
And it'll be a much quicker event than this one.
Yeah, yeah. So who knows if that Ring of Honor, But yes, that'll be to come soon for to celebrate Guy Fawkes Day, and yes, and so from here, we have the streams on the Twitch and YouTube where we play the video games, and if you wanted to do the other thing that we used to do on the streams, we'll hop onto the Discord server, bud. That's where we watch the Grapply, like EWAMs. Just yesterday, as per time was recording, we watched fucking Ian Rutten do a Rock and Roll Express tribute.
Yeah, to tag his partner Dusty Rhodes. Not making that up.
Yeah. And if you missed it, then sorry, pal. You gotta watch it by yourself. You're not gonna get us to watch it again with you. And
well, maybe for a fee,
Yeah, we do have a Patreon.
Yeah, I don't know if we can. I don't even know if we can receive money for that. I just made that to put stuff that got copyright claimed on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. And,
but if you can send money, then send all of your money to that. Don't worry about what will happen after that. It'll be cool.
Yeah, yeah. Send us $1 million at your own risk. And then we got the streams. We got the Road to WrestleMania, which is the Road to Grappling Mania 4.
Yeah.
Sorry,
got the universe mode going as well. They're trying to break up the married bays, Ian Rotten and Jim Fannin, and I won't let them.
Yes, up until now, our official Grapply promotion has just been our plaything, but now we are having to work with the algorithm of SVR 2011. Its whims, like breaking up the married bays when we don't want them to.
That's what I thought of that.
And yes, as always, keep it live on our social media profiles to see all the fucking content that we make, and the Linktree and whatnot. And yes,
we do so much for you, and what do you do for us? Very little.
And we won't complain. We will do.
I'm complaining now.
As Corporal Robinson, I think, once says, it don't matter for 3 people or 30 people. We go turn this bitch off.
Yeah.
So we shall see you for another gaming. Gabe is back. And so is Jeff Hardy. Fuck him. But we love Gabe.
Boo, fuck you, Jeff Hardy.
We love Gabe. And yes, so until then, gotta keep our strength up. We gotta eat a spooky loaf of bread.
I'm a man who don't complain of the weather